Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Before we get started, I just want to draw your attention to the banner at the bottom of the stream. There's a risk disclaimer down there. Trading futures is risky. Nothing you see on the stream should be misconstrued as financial advice. Make your own decisions. The stream is about 8 to 10 seconds variable behind the actual live. So anything that you see me doing on stream has already happened in the past. With all of that being said, welcome to the Monday stream. The last few Mondays that I have streamed, the price action has been absolutely terrible. But even if it's terrible today, again, I am here to do it with you guys. If you're new here, feel free to hop into chat, say hi, give the stream a like if you haven't already. It helps us get this out to more people so that we can continue to grow this community. With all of that being said, let's take a look at what the NASDAQ has done overnight. If you missed the stream on Friday, I had drawn out this line down here at 30.65, and I had drawn out this line up here at 33.22, 325-ish. Those levels correspond to a higher time frame level on each. The lower one is this 30.65 level that the NASDAQ had a really hard time breaking, had multiple tops from early in July. We finally broke it last week. We retested it on Friday and have rallied off of it since. The second level that I drew is this pivot all the way back from the first week of July, right before July 4th. We popped over that in the overnight and rejected it pretty hard. I actually think that before I do any more analysis, this is actually a really good teaching moment for how volume profile works. You'll see that this spike happened here at around 5:30 Central Time this morning. It was a quick pop through that level and then immediate rejection. And what you see on the volume profile is it thins out on the way up. You get this really, really nice taper. So basically, price popped up there. There wasn't very much interest in terms of buying or selling, and price rolled back over. And now we've come all the way back down to the middle of the range from the overnight. So that's something to keep an eye on. If we trade back up in that area, doesn't mean I'm immediately going to take a short, but would be interested to see if sellers will continue to defend that level. If we pull back, I'll definitely be interested in another retest of 30.65. I'm not sure that it will be as clean as it was the first time that we got back there, but I also want to note that there was a trade that I was looking at taking and talked about for a while in the live stream last week that I wanted to buy off of this level. And I watched and watched and watched. And then I think we got close to like 1 o'clock or so. And I was like, I just don't know that it's going to move. We're just chopping around so much. And it eventually did move. It kind of drifted up into the after hours, but I basically would have had to hold that trade until close, which is not something I typically do. So the main thing that I'm watching here for this morning, as you can see us trading rather quickly here already. I'm looking for at least a pullback to fill this tiny little gap from the overnight. NQ gapped up just like, well, it's between the low and the close here. So the close was at 154 and the low for the overnight is 163. So like 9 or 10 points. I'd like to see that gap get filled and then see what buyers can do after that. To the upside, we have this buy and balance here around 300, and then we have this delta zone and this higher time frame level, which is the red line. I'd like to see if sellers can continue to defend that. But if you haven't watched the stream before, I typically wait for, or I should say I always wait for the 30-minute opening range to get set before I take any trades. That gives me plenty of time for analysis, gives me time for observation to see how the market is trading, what kind of Monday mood is it in, is it trading fast, are we volatile, are we slow, do we have a big range, do we have a small range? All of those things help inform how I'm going to trade it, what I'm looking for, and I mean, historically, I just have not traded pre-opening range very well in my illustrious trading career. I think the last time that I tried doing that consistently was maybe a couple years ago, and it just took me out of the game so fast. I would just like dig myself a hole before the open because it was so fast and usually not quite as directional. And then I'd spend the rest of the session trying to dig myself out of my hole. So I learned what worked for me, which is to wait for the opening range to get set, have some places and some pivots, and also kind of, figure out what the volatility is going to be like. Do I need to be using a 15-point stop? Do I need to be using a 30-point stop, etc.? So that's about all here. Let's take a look at some of the larger equities and see how the rest of the market is looking. Let's see here. Pull up the S&P's top holdings. So pretty flat and boring across the board. Intel is up 0.5%. Everything else is pretty much flat, almost exactly flat. Towards the lower end, Microsoft is down 1%. Meta is down 1.5%. There's some Dow stocks that are down around 1% to 0.5%. But generally speaking, pretty choppy. None of the mega caps are up. The indexes themselves, the NASDAQ is up 0.25%. ES is flat. The Dow is down about 0.5%. So we have seen some weakness. Last on a Friday, the Dow pulled back a lot further than the NASDAQ did. So maybe seeing a little bit of rotation back into tech after we've seen some selling. We had that hedge fund blow up a few weeks ago. Citadel stepping in to buy a bunch of the AI tech names. So we've seen some rallying there. I still have to give it to the edge to the buyers up here. As long as we're above this 3065 level, I think that it continues to want to try to go higher. If we're able to get through this like 3309, basically what is the overnight high right now, then I think this high volume node from the end of June, which is like 523 to 600-ish, this next little like pivot swing high here at, yeah, right at 600 is probably the next stop for the NASDAQ. And at that point, I'd be very surprised if we don't make new all-time highs. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in here, as long as we're above this level down here. And really, I think if we're above the previous day's low, I still have to be looking for buying and not for selling. If we start to lose the previous day's low or we start to trade under this 3065, that might make me more interested in getting on the short side. So that's kind of what I'm looking for this morning. So far, we're just chopping in place based on what I see from the S&P's top 500 or the top holdings in the S&P and where mega caps are at right now. I just have a feeling that we might chop around quite a bit, which has been the theme for Mondays so far. But if it does, I'll be interested in maybe seeing a little bit of a gap fill here and then see if maybe we can take a quick scalp off of that. So that's what I'm seeing so far. Also, if you're new to the stream, would love to say hi, hop in chat, give us a wave, give us a thumbs up. We had a bunch of people in here on Friday, which was really great. If you caught us on Friday and you haven't subscribed yet, please do that. That way you get alerts. First time. Welcome in, Ian. Appreciate you getting that chat hopping. We also filmed a new episode of Rewind the Tape. We'll be posting that later this afternoon. So those are longer breakdowns of a trade that I took during the week for a live stream. So I take one of the trades that I took during the live stream and then break it down in greater detail, look at what the order flow is showing me. We are actually breaking down Friday's trade, which was a good trade, but I was a little early, so we go into talking about how that execution was a little bit poor on my part and could have been improved. But overall, look at why I ended up getting in early and why it was just barely good enough. So keep an eye. If you're subscribed, you'll get a notification. We'll probably be releasing that probably shortly after I get off stream here. Um, if you're also new to the stream, then some of the way the candles are colored and the way that the different drawings are on screen may be a little new to you. This is our ScalperIQ studies. This little bubble down here shows that this low was made on negative delta or on positive delta. So as price is pushing down, buyers were stepping in at the very end of that candle. You're seeing this little orb here. We usually don't get this many signals all at once, but this is a little bit of exhaustion here and also a buy imbalance. So that's about as many sort of like buy, quote unquote, buy markers that you can get in one place. And you're seeing a nice little pop off of there. The candle coloring is based on delta. And if you're not familiar with what delta is, it's simply tracking aggression for in order flow. So you see delta volume off to the side of the chart. If someone puts a market order in, that's positive delta. If someone puts a sell market order in, that is negative delta. And so my delta volume off to the right keeps track of each of those throughout the session and keeps the count so that you can figure out and have an idea of where the aggression is taking place from one side or another. My platform that I'm trading on right now is MotiveWave. ScalperIQ is also available for NinjaTrader and Edge Pro X, but not required to have our studies to join the stream. All of the order flow stuff that I talk about on stream can be seen using a footprint chart, can be used with delta volume. You can have cumulative delta studies. Our studies just make it, in my personal opinion, a little bit easier to read the order flow, but by no means is it required for you to hang out in stream. Ian, what version of MotiveWave are you on? I'm on 6. I know a lot of people have moved to 7. I've had a ton of problems with 7, to be quite honest with you. Like we support ScalperIQ supports 7, so it works just fine there. But the platform itself, in terms of like MotiveWave 7, I think it has a lot more bugs than 6 does. So I have a version of 7, but I typically trade with 6, which is what you're looking at right now. Yeah, if you just got it from MotiveWave, it's probably 7. So they may have also cleaned it up. They've been releasing new updates, I think, just about like every 2 to 3 weeks. I see a few new people popping in here. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Yeah, I agree with you, Ian. I love MotiveWave as a platform, and I also feel that platforms are a bit like the devil that you know, right? Like every platform has little quirks, little things that I like certain things in NinjaTrader. I like certain things in MotiveWave. Sometimes I wish that they would have a meeting and talk to each other so that I could get the best out of both. I think NinjaTrader is a bit more stable from time to time, particularly with its rhythmic connection. But I cannot trade on NinjaTrader's depth of market. It's nigh impossible. So it's not nearly as nice and not as easy to operate as MotiveWaves is, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, if you're on Mac, MotiveWave is the way to go. I know a few of our users use virtual machines to trade NinjaTrader on Mac, but I also know that that can open up a different world of issues. And kudos to you guys that do it, but I haven't done that because I don't need any extra platform issues. I don't need to uh, inject a virtual environment into whatever else I'm doing. I also have a pretty specific developer environment since I'm usually the one coding for ScalperIQ. So I just keep everything here on Windows, even though we do support Mac as well. Kind of choppy so far. We do have this imbalance that printed down here. We didn't quite fill the gap. They basically got it a little bit closer. Let me scroll down here and see if this imbalance is any size to speak of. 68. Not really. Not really. It wouldn't surprise me for price to want to come back up and test this from the overnight. A lot of times when you have a big level like this, which is a pretty big pivot on the higher time frame up here, just above 320. Uh, a lot of times, if the overnight traders interact with that, U.S. traders come in once RTH opens, and they're like, "We would like a piece of that, and we would like to trade there," but go in the wrong direction for that at the moment. Yeah, my imbalance is printed on the chart. That's one of the studies from Scalper IQ. So one of the reasons that we do this is that when you have imbalances, over like off to one side over here. So you see the delta volume to the side. Every time price trades through that, so like let's say there was a big seller or big buyer, right? And you had like negative 200. If price starts trading around it like it is right now, that big imbalance sort of becomes diluted over time as like people sell back through it, people buy back above it, and maybe something that showed like negative 200 eventually shows like negative 80 or something. And so if you show up late or you weren't paying attention or just like you forgot, you kind of forget that that imbalance level is actually there and the market might still think that it's important, but it's really hard to see inside of delta volume. So our scalper IQ study flags it permanently on the chart and it keeps track of the strongest ones throughout the given session. And just so we're clear, that's the dashed blue line down here at like 68 and a half right now. No, it's for Ninja Trader and for Motive Wave. So what you're watching me trade in right now is Motive Wave. Buyers diligently defending that very tiny gap up. I would prefer that they fill that before they try to go higher. If my friend Wags is on the stream, he's gonna pop in here and throw statistics at me that there's tons of gaps and they don't always get filled and gaps don't mean anything. And I'm sure that I can find the kick him out of the room button because I don't agree with him. Wags, if you're there, I love you. You're just wrong about gaps. No, I'll tell you my favorite gap play. Let's say that we don't fill this, right? And we rally back up here. My sort of like favorite gap play is rejection near the top of the range and start to get some pretty aggressive selling. And if we start to get momentum down, that gap fill becomes my target to the downside. Not saying that's going to play out like that today, and I have taken an ample number of stops trying to execute that particular trade. So keeping that in mind as well. But right now, just pretty small rotations. Range is about 100 points on the NASDAQ, which is pretty terrible. Opening range has about another 10 minutes before it gets set. I would prefer a larger range than 100 points. But yeah, as someone said in our Discord, I hope there's a better Monday than the previous 2 weeks. Agreed. I've streamed the last two. Ian, you can find the studies. There's a link in the description to our website. There's free trials available. You can do a 14-day free trial. If you're in the US, you don't even need to put in a credit card. If you are uh, if you are international overseas somewhere, unfortunately, Stripe makes us take a credit card. You won't be charged, but you have to put a credit card even for the free trial, which is really annoying. But you can cancel anytime before the 14 days are up. That's not something that we have control of. That's something that's based in terms of our payment processor. So far, this is exactly what I didn't want to see the NASDAQ come out and do, which is just rotate around this 200 price. Because like what gets tricky for me is I typically use a 15 to 20 point stop. And if the opening range is 100 points and I like to get 3 to 1, it's really hard to get 60 points in a 100 point range. That means you need, you know, 60% of the overall days range. So your entry has to be phenomenal to be able to get that. So, and some people would argue the way to offset that is to do an even tighter stop and then just increase your size. So then you might look for like, 30 points. But in the last, say, I don't know, two and a half, I don't know, like this summer, really just this whole year, the NASDAQ has been pretty volatile, even if it's been inside of a tight range. And we saw a little bit of that on Friday, where like the range itself wasn't that big, but we were getting like these quick little like 15 to 20 point like sell or buy moves like all at once, just like big players executing market orders. And so you just get this instantaneous where it's like, you're trading one price and then you're trading another. And to me, that's why I still need to be using a 15 to 20 point stop. And so, yeah, 100 point range. 100 point range, you're going to hear me talking a lot more than trading. I don't know what the deal is. Everybody's just got the weekend. Everybody's waking up from the weekend. I still think the market is waiting for some type of resolution in the Middle East. I think if that were to resolve positively, which I think positively at this point would just be the US pulling out of the Middle East or like some type of resolution for that conflict, I think we'd see new highs on both indexes rapidly afterwards. But with all of the uncertainty that's in there, I think we're still a little bit on the low volume side. Uh, and the market's just kind of waiting for clearer direction there before it does anything. Ian, you're in Singapore. What time is it right now? All the way from Singapore. I went to Singapore in college. Did like a international trip. Went to like Vietnam and Cambodia. 9, 10 o'clock at night. Wow. Good on you. Good on you. Yeah, I went to Singapore. Really liked it. Super humid and hot, but was a fun trip. Got to see the world a little bit. I grew up in Oklahoma, so Singapore, and went to Singapore and Malaysia. Kind of blew my country boy mind. Come on in, Q. Give me a little more range to work with here. So as I did at the beginning of the stream, and if you're just joining and missed it, I tried to look at. I have like a watch list on Thinkorswim that is just like the top holdings for the S&P. And so like most of that's dominated by mega caps. There's a few Dow stocks mixed in, that kind of thing. And I just use it because like what I do is like I'll open it up in the morning and see like, what's leading the way? Is everything kind of flat? Is tech down? Is tech up? Whatever's going on. Because like if it's kind of a hot mix between like what's up and what's down and nothing's really sort of like driving anything, you're probably going to see the indexes start to chop. And that's what we've seen so far. But like I use that as kind of like a in the back of my head, like, Nvidia isn't ripping 4% and Intel isn't up 4%. So like where's the fuel going to come from for the NASDAQ to go higher? So it's not always like 100, like it doesn't work 100% of the time, but it just kind of gives me like a zoomed out view of what the market is doing and gives me an idea that I'm like, oh, that's probably why we're trading in a 100-point range here. So we'll set our opening range here in about 4 minutes. It's looking like it's going to be quite small. It's going to be about almost exactly 100 points. And you're seeing this like wherever the blue is on the volume profile is like this curved shape. It basically looks like a backwards capital D. So they call it a D-shaped profile. It tends to be just distribution. It tends to show up in choppy ranges as we sort of fill volume out. If you're looking at the overall profile shape, someone would say that this would be like sort of an upside down little d, lowercase d, which would be kind of more of a bearish profile. But I don't give quite as much weight to the overnight volume as I do to the RTH volume. So mostly I just note that we're doing a lot of volume here between 254 and 180. If you haven't traded with volume profile before, generally speaking, you don't really want to be taking positions in the middle of big areas like this unless you have a really good reason for doing so, because it just kind of like acts as an area of no direction and chop. And so hard to find an edge in these areas. Doesn't mean I won't do it from time to time, right? Like last Friday, when we started to trade down here forever, we definitely built out a really big high volume node that looked a lot like this kind of like chop area that we're seeing today. And sometimes if it's sitting on an important level, you can take that as, in this case, it was buyers absorbing all of the selling and eventually we got a move. But even on Friday, like I called this, I didn't end up taking this trade because it just took way too long. And I have better things to do with my time than to watch this wiggle around in a 10-point range, even though the trade ultimately would have worked. But I would have had to stick around till like almost 10 minutes before close. So your time is valuable as well. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. Like if you want to just come in and trade for, a few hours, you want to trade the morning session and be done, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So going to be a small opening range today. So I'm going to be pretty patient. I know this seems like reverse of what I should do, but I've been trading 3 MNQ on this 50K eval from Lucid Trading. This has been my experiment for the last like week or so of teaching myself to size up, which I have never done a very good job of as an intraday trader. So I've been trading 3 contracts, but if our opening range is going to be really small, it makes me think the price action is going to suck a little bit. So I might go down to 2 contracts because I just think that it might be really choppy and I don't feel like taking full stops if the price action is going to be garbage. So far, the sizing up has actually gone okay. I'm up on the account. I don't remember. I could look at it here. Like plus 300 points. Um, so still kind of getting a little like when I traded on Friday, and my entry wasn't so good, and we got within like 5 or 6 points of my stop. And the trade took a long time on Friday. Like I'm somebody that likes to get into a trade and have it start like working in like the first like 5 minutes, preferably even faster than that. I think my average hold time is generally like 5 to 8 minutes. As we've slowed down in the last couple of weeks, it's probably a little bit longer, but I'm not somebody who's like comfortable holding for long periods of time. So when we get choppy like this, it makes me just hesitant to touch it because it just takes too long. So when I traded 3 contracts on Friday, I could feel myself getting, I was like, should I like hook myself up to a live heart rate monitor? You guys can like watch my watch my heart rate rise, which is so silly because it's like it's an eval account, but there's all sorts of psychological things surrounding money. And uh, one of our really good traders that's in our Discord, I'm not gonna name her, but if you're watching, you know who you are. Even she has told me that from time to time she has like started to size up, can't handle the pressure or can't handle the like psychological implications of sizing up, and has gone back down to 1 contract. Uh, and she's a way better trader than even I am. So it affects traders all over the place. I've read books about traders who, were professionals and trading enormous size, and then they just get to a certain point where they just can't go any higher, not even because the market can't handle extra liquidity, but because from their standpoint they just sort of reach a psychological barrier where that amount of money being risked on a single trade is like just too much to handle. So I don't know that I've found my limit yet. I'm getting a little more used to trading 3 micros, but it's a real thing. It's a real thing. So if you're new, highly encourage you to keep your size low. Trade one. I've traded one for many years and have attempted to size up multiple times. Uh, I wouldn't even call it varying degrees of success. Usually it works for a little bit, and then the psychological pressure makes it so that I get in and out of trades too quickly instead of like holding for target. And ultimately, that will just kill your risk to reward. Like if I'm taking off 10-point winners, but then I'm taking full 20-point stops, like the math just doesn't work long term. So if you're going to trade bigger size, you have to trade it exactly how you trade small size. Yeah, that's great, Ian, doing 3 and/or 5. If you're in an eval, like that is people can talk all of the shit that they want on prop accounts and payouts and evals, and like yes, there's uh some shady prop accounts, prop firms out there. But when I was first starting, they weren't really so prolific. I don't even know if they existed in the way that they do now. And so everything that I was learning was either I sim traded for a little while and just felt like this is easy, you know, as most of us do when we trade sim. And so then started trading my own personal account. And, you know, I didn't lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, but I definitely paid my tuition to learn. So, yeah, Top Step and Lucid are two well known firms. The only reason I was using Top Step for a long time and then stopped using them when they went to their own proprietary platform. So we switched over to Lucid, which also the benefit of Lucid is that it gives you a free license for Motive Wave, which is a really good deal. Props to Lucid for doing that because you can basically buy one of their accounts and you don't have to pay a monthly fee, and you can get a free Motive Wave license that would otherwise cost you $50 a month, or there's varying uh, subscription levels for Motive Wave, but you're saving money by doing that. I really don't know how that relationship is working for Motive Wave in the other direction, but I'm not going to question it. I'll happily take. I have I have a permanent license of Motive Wave that I've had for a long time, and then I have Lucid one as well. And then I have a couple of NinjaTrader evals with them that I trade from time to time as well. Yeah, the futures data is a huge deal as well. My personal account is through EdgeClear. So if you're looking for a broker that isn't a prop firm, I would highly, highly recommend EdgeClear. They are a phenomenal broker, really great team over there. Ironically, the contact's name, or at least my contact's name, is also named Ian. So I don't know if they work with international customers, but if you're ever at a place where you're switching and looking for an actual broker that isn't a prop firm, that is a place to definitely look to. I've had a personal account with them for many years, which I trade from time to time, but not as often as I trade prop. Oh yeah, yeah, they do have some regulations if you're working in finance. Also, if you're hanging out and you haven't hit like on the stream, please do so if you like the stream. I remind you guys because it does uh, help distribution for us, which is nice because then we get more people in here like Ian from Singapore and other people to chat and just diversify. Love hearing different people's viewpoints and what people are trading, what people are watching. So I just realized that I don't have a beverage other than my ice water, which is a situation. I might have to rectify that here in a minute. I'm going to come back into this imbalance level here near the opening range low. You have some buyers clustered down here. You can see a 30, a 13, a 20 that just got filled. So breaking the opening range low first. So whichever side gets broken tends to give a bit more edge to that side. Doesn't mean price is like going to crater down, but that's what the statistics say. Still couldn't fill the gap. Got within 7 points of filling the gap. There's definitely some buyers that are stepping in down here in like the low 60s. But even from like an order flow standpoint, this is getting to be a bit of traffic. I'm actually going to reduce some of the traffic, just visual traffic that's happening down there. There we go. It's, and if you're watching this and you're like, oh, I see a lot of different things that might indicate buying down here. I want to see that gap filled before I start buying anything. I'm also just like not super interested in buying anything in the current range. Would love to see would love to see sellers get this a little bit lower and then potentially look for a rebid to go higher, but But this move right here, how we popped just barely out of value and are immediately trading right back to the middle of the range, that is exactly what a D-shaped profile typically does. So it doesn't mean you should just like, as we get out of value, you just automatically buy it. But if you start to see buying outside of value, typically you'll move yourself back into the range. And reverse on the sell side. So if you're popping out the top side. Just really choppy. This is exactly what the last 2 Mondays have been like as well. Market has a Monday hangover problem right now. I see a couple new people hopping in here. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Just glancing at the same S&P holdings. So Intel trying to catch a bid, it's now up over 1%. Nvidia trying to catch a little bit of a bid, but all of them look super choppy. Microsoft is the only one that looks, let's see, Microsoft and maybe Meta. Yeah, Microsoft and Meta are the only ones that look kind of directional at the moment. So you're getting some decent selling happening on Microsoft. Actually, it's down 2.25%. I want to see what their daily chart looks like. Yeah, they had that really incredible rally um, off earnings a few weeks ago. Now starting to pull back. They have a bunch of gaps to fill, which I will agree with my friend Wags on gaps when it comes to stocks, that gaps don't really matter. There's just so many gaps. But because futures trade, what is it, 23.5? I just think that most gaps tend to get filled eventually. Now, like if we're, I don't know, 800 points away from this tiny little gap down here, it doesn't really hold that much weight to me. But we can see that like each time as price has tried to fill this little gap from the overnight, buyers have stepped in there. I can't keep track of all the ICT terms. I am not a proponent or I don't know about believer. I don't really subscribe to ICT stuff, but man, do they have an ever growing list uh of terminology. I don't even know how that all of that got so popular, but honestly, like if it, you know what, if it works for you, I'm not going to sit here and bash it. It doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense to me, but I tried out a ton of things when I first started trading, so I'm not gonna fully bash it here. If we keep trading in like a 5 point range here, I might find time to bash it though. Um, I moved to order flow, probably actually the person that I learned order flow from or learned trading futures from was an order flow trader. I had never heard the term delta before. I didn't know what any of that meant. Um, Also, I came from a world of trading stocks and options. Uh, so delta doesn't really work with stocks and options because futures exchanges are all centralized. So like all of the volume is done in one place. So you can actually get a proper delta story for all, like we're all basically looking at the same data. It's probably a little different, but like 95% the same data. But Stocks have multiple exchanges, they have dark pools, they have all sorts of places that volume can get done that you can't see it. And so delta doesn't really work on there. Now, they have single stock futures that are out now, though the volume is atrocious on there. The last time I checked was last week, and Nvidia's single stock future did like 60 contracts in a day. So, not tradable, not even close to tradable. But my hope is that those become a little more popular and we could actually use the ScalperIQ tools on them at that point once they're centralized, but can't do it with 60 contracts. Can't that's a Those are dangerous products to trade right now until they can get volume. And I think that's probably actually the issue that they're running into, if I had to guess, which is that they don't have a ton of volume yet, so nobody wants to touch them, so they continue to not have a lot of volume. I don't really know what changes that for the CME, which is like the governing body for all futures, but I don't know how you fix that problem. Like it takes people like wanting to, you know, it takes people going in to trade on them for them to get volume, but smart traders aren't going to trade on them if there's no volume because if you get into position, you might just like not be able to get back out or price movement is going to be really, really funky. So I'd like to see them get popular. I think that would be really cool, but I guess give it time. Has anybody here traded them yet? I've only looked at them. I haven't touched them. I don't even know if they're available through prop firms yet either. I would assume prop firms are like chomping at the bit. They're always going to be apt to like be offering more things for people to trade just to like for their customer base. Boy, it is Monday price action for sure. Let's see where the VIX is at. The VIX is up 5%. Why? Regardless, I don't really do technical analysis on the VIX. Y'all can argue with me in chat. But the VIX is it basically like almost it's like I'm just looking for long term on this. How long can I get this? The VIX is like at the very bottom of its normal range. Like the lowest it's ever been based on the farthest chart that I can get back for Thinkorswim is trading around $8.50. And right now it's trading at 15. So, and if you're not familiar with the VIX, it's just a volatility index. So it's just tracking volatility. But when volatility is low, price action doesn't move around as much and we get a lot more choppy behavior. But it's odd that it's up 5%, but equities are basically flat. Typically, as volatility goes up, typically the VIX or equities are usually going the other direction, but upside down world right now. Coming back to test this area again. Would like to just see like a nice clean flush. Like flush out these buyers that are down here, get a little extension, maybe put in some kind of imbalance I can trade against. But this is now the third test of this area. I like to usually say that the third test doesn't hold quite as cleanly, but let's see. Got some sellers starting to stack here. See a 10, a 13, a 26. And they're refilling too. Buyers still buying everything. When I start to see sellers stacking like that, that is more of an indication that I'd be interested in shorting that, but I'm not interested in shorting this here because I don't have a lot of confidence that I'm going to be able to get 3-to-1 risk to reward here. So like if I was short at 80, my stop would have to be at like 200. And I'd need to look for 120, which we could get to, but with how much we've been hugging the sort of balance area here. And I'm not really bearish. Like this price action is not fun to watch, but the longer buyers keep it up here above this 65 level down here, I think that's constructive for them. Even if it doesn't go anywhere today, but for the rest of the week, I think the longer buyers keep it up here and don't lose this level, I think we can get back up and test the highs, see what happens then. I don't know that that's going to happen this session though. I'm going to look at yesterday's session. I'm kind of interested in this level here. This is what was used as a target. It was like resistance a couple of times. It's like right around 3100 to like 3110. So I'm actually going to extend that across the session. So like this is going to be kind of my first point of reference if we decide to break the opening range low and get any type of momentum down. I'd want to see us come and hold this level, trade it for a bit, and then look to trade it back towards like 220. They're going to let him fill the gap. They're probably not going to let him fill the gap because I said that I believe in gap fills and my friend doesn't. They almost filled it there. It's like one tick. You're seeing like immediate buying as soon as someone tried to sell that. That was probably very uncomfortable for whoever tried to just sell that low. Ouch. 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 That was like a 5-second, 20-point response off out of trying to make that low. It's unfriendly. Seeing a lot of clusters of selling down here. You've got like a cluster here, kind of tapering, but it was all selling, trying to get down to that level. And they left this person at 155 with like almost 40 contracts, hung them out to dry. Yeah, that was why I was like, I don't particularly want to be shorting this down here. Seems like there's maybe some buyers that are, uh, or some sellers that are trapped from, because on Friday, we basically just rallied for the whole last, like hour and a half of the session without really any pullbacks. There's a 200 lot buyer down there at 169 now. This is all one order almost too. That's why it's this solid blue color instead of the lighter color. And filled right at the same imbalance level from earlier. Yeah, it actually replaced it. So for ScalperIQ, I have this set to show only the like the top imbalance, showing only one level. So if a stronger one comes along, then it kicks the weaker one out and only prints the stronger one. It's just like a way to declutter your chart automatically. Still some very determined buyers down here. Let's see if there's any other bigger. So there's a 50 you see this cluster of selling down here near the lows. And some 60s. So there's some, not much past that. I want to see if there's any people wanting to buy around the same place that I would like to buy. I have a little bit, nothing really that sticks out to me. You have another 60 contracts. Looks like someone has like 60 contracts that are spread. So you see like here's one at 3,100, and then there's one at 3,140. Yeah. So I don't see anything like I don't see like a huge swarm of buyers around where I want to buy, but just want them to clean up this gap and low here. Very much a war going on down here. Also, if you're new to the stream and you're like, why am I not watching the price action up here? I'm watching it on the chart, but I don't keep my DOM scrolled to where all of this is taking place because I'm not interested in trading up here. So I just don't look at it because if I'm looking at it, I'll start to get bored and start to be like, huh, I see some sellers holding a price here. That's fantastic. We're not going to short anything in the middle of the range here. So I just move my chart down to where I'm more interested to see what price does. And like in this low area where we've kind of had this battle taking place near the lows. It's also a trick I use like when I'm not streaming. Like I'll scroll my depth of market to where I want to trade, and then I'll like do something else, like, on another screen, looking at something on my phone, office work, whatever it is. And then if I see movement on my screen, like I see my DOM light up, then I'm like, okay, now I can go pay attention. It's like a little bit of like a visual alarm without having to actually set alerts. Just keeps me out of trouble. Just like a cheap hack to keep myself from touching things when I don't need to be touching things. And look at the price action on the other major indexes. Nothing is moving anywhere. So ES trading just off its lows looks similar to NQ. The Dow has a pretty distinct intraday double top happening. Now trading back near the mid. Oh, it's painful when it doesn't move around. We actually had quite a bit of price movement, I think, just because of all of the volatility in the Middle East. We had, I think, better price movement this summer. Traditionally speaking, or historically speaking, I should say, that the volume and the price action tends to be not as good during the summer. I don't know when people exactly classify summer, but like June to August tends to be slower in the markets. But I feel like there was a chop period, but we moved around okay during like June and July. And now as we've rolled over into August, I think things have actually like slowed down quite a bit and starting to get more of these sort of tight range, choppy, non-directional days. In theory, volume should be starting to pick back up here in the next couple weeks, but also, I'm not sure that there's a link to our website in the description for this live video. I don't think there's a direct link to the blog. I might change that, but we do have a free blog that is on our website. If you just go to our website, there's like a thing at the top that says blog. I'm pretty sure you guys can find it. But we do a free delta analysis of the week prior and kind of looking into the current week. So that's something that you guys can check out. Like I said, it's free. It's free analysis. We typically had been doing our analysis on the micro contracts, and our data vendor had an issue with their micro contract feed this last week. So we ended up actually doing the analysis on NQ and ES instead of the micros. We'll probably stick to that for a little while. I actually think that the delta is a little cleaner. And just kind of generally speaking, I think most of the time it's more institutional level price action, and delta and volume, all of that is happening on the bigger contracts. And ultimately, those are the people that actually move the market around, while the micros tend to be more retail focused. But you're free to go check that analysis out. There's also like a email. You can put your email in if you want to, and it'll remind you when it comes out. We usually release it on Sundays. Um, so if you're watching paint dry here at the moment, welcome to go check that out. I see some of you complaining in our Discord about how bad the price action is. You're right. It's really bad. We will have a new Rewind the Tape episode out later today. I think I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream if you missed it. So in those episodes, we take a trade from the live stream, which I haven't taken one yet here today, but we take one that I took sometime during the week and break it down in greater detail. It's a little bit of an order flow teaching opportunity, a little bit of trade review. I talk about execution, what I saw that made me execute, how I could have executed better. Was a little early on was a little early on Friday with my entry. Actually, since this isn't doing anything, let's actually just go take a look at that. Something has to be slightly more interesting than whatever NQ is doing here. So on Friday, we had Michigan consumer sentiment come out at 9 a.m. and the market popped a little bit and then ultimately like tagged the previous day's high and then started to sell. And so we had an imbalance in here. I think it might have been close to where this one is, but I think it was like closer to 162. It moves around during the session. So, but basically I was looking at this like 162-ish level. We tested it once, we tested it twice, and then I got short on the third time and it nearly ran my stop. What I did miss during that is there was a cluster of orders, like bigger orders, wanting to sell closer in the 170s. And I probably should have let those get filled first, because after they filled them, they ended up holding the 162 level like almost perfectly. So I was just a little impatient to be getting short there. But ultimately, took first part of my position off at 3100 and then took one off at the red line, which is 3065. So what ended up being a good trade, but I think I took like 15 and a half points of heat on a 20-point stop, which is not very good. Like it works, right? Like even if you take 19 and a half points on a 20-point stop, if you don't get stopped, it's good. But I like to like I'm a little critical of my own execution because I know my own tendencies, which is sometimes wanting to be in position better than more than wanting a good price, and that long term will bite me. So I try to be mindful if I can to improve my entries, and it's helpful both as like a teaching moment for you guys when I do the rewind the trade episodes, and it also helps me because I think rewatching your own trades it's funny because even at the end of it, I was like, oh, that was really good execution. And then when I actually went to go look back at it, it actually really wasn't that great. And at a certain point, you do have to just pull the trigger. So like sometimes it's never going to be perfect. You really just need it to be good enough. But I think there was a little bit of me like wanting to be in position more than I was a little concerned about getting left behind because I really thought as we started to sell that there were some clear targets and I thought once we started to sell we would retest this 65 area. So I was like, all right, well I can get my core off like 40 points ahead of that and just hold a runner into this support level. And it did work, but I think I was a little bit like, oh, it's going to sell and that's where it's going to go. And I want to be a part of that, which is great. But I also need to be patient enough to get an entry that doesn't get me stopped out, which is just about what happened. So see the candle coloring here is like neutral, like muddy yellow. It's just reiterating what I've already said, which is that nobody's really in control here. We're just hugging the point of control here at 200. Our scalper IQ studies do a lot of things with the candle coloring to try to, emphasize trends. So when one side is in control, you'll see that, even on pops, seller stayed in control and then eventually we moved over to the bicolor. So if this study that's coloring our candles is showing that things are like it's popping candles back and forth between buy and sell, then it's really, really choppy. So the Dow is making new intraday lows. ES is just did actually by a couple of points, but generally just chopping sideways. NQ is the quote healthiest looking of all the indexes, if we want to call what it's doing right now healthy. I didn't verify this myself, but somebody said a couple weeks ago, I think it might have actually been last Monday, maybe the Monday before, but the volume was so low that it was like almost as much volume as we did on Christmas Eve, which is obviously generally a session that doesn't do any volume. I didn't verify that myself, but I did trade that session and can say that it was very, very, very slow. In a little push here. Spent so much time in range down here though that I mean there's some pretty obvious upside targets, like the previous day's high is right after the opening range high. Then you have this imbalance here at 300, and then you have the big level here at 325, 323-ish. But that's a long ways away based on how we're moving right now. We'll have to say that after we broke this level to the upside last Thursday, I thought we would get more content. Like, I'm not surprised we got this level. I'm just kind of surprised that I thought once buyers got through this 3065 level that we would see more momentum to the upside, and the momentum has kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie to you. We broke this. Let me zoom in a little bit. So this is that same level. So we broke this last Thursday. We retested it. We just made new highs off of it, but like most of this since we broke it has just been sideways. I was kind of hoping that we would break it, maybe retest this level, and then kind of launch, head towards new all-time highs, but the volume is bad. Let's see, what is the... So we're like less than 1,000 points off of all-time highs on the NASDAQ. Like all-time highs is like roughly like 31K. It's a little above 31K. But if I bought that breakout last Thursday, like if I had been a breakout trader or I was like swing trading this, I wouldn't be thrilled. I wouldn't be thrilled at the price action so far. Like I would have thought there would have been a lot more sellers on the other side of that with stops to basically like kind of fuel some of that move up. It's like this is helpful in the after hours, but then really no interest in trading up here and a pretty sharp rejection in the overnight. So just observations for while this is not doing anything particularly interesting at the moment. But I try to keep some of those things like in the back of my head that I'm like, I would have expected that we would have run a lot more over this level. But it seems that we've found a lot more sort of passive sellers, and or just nobody wants to buy up here, a combination of the two. And buyers trying to get something going here over 220. I said it in the first Rewind the Tape episode, which is I need something interesting to lean against. I need like some kind of, you know, sellers holding a level, near the midpoint, near the opening range high, and then some kind of order flow signal from there. But just in the middle of range and just kind of like these slow motion rotations, it's not an interesting thing for me to lean against. And these are like the times you absolutely have to protect yourself from boredom trading, and or if you come in and the price action sucks. I know as a new trader, like you want to be putting trades on and you want to click those buttons, but I will tell you that 9 times out of 10, if the price action is not good, it is better to just like shut it down and come back to it at a different day. It's not to say that things can't change here or that there's not going to be a trade I'm able to like find, but you spend a lot of mental capital just watching it not do anything until you get to that point. And if you're a newer trader and you want some excitement, sometimes the tendency is to sort of like generate that excitement by touching it when you shouldn't be. I didn't look to see whether metals are moving around. I know we had some people that said they trade gold in here last Friday. I don't know if the price action over there is any better. Gold is up almost 1%. Yeah, a lot nicer price action on gold. I'm a one asset trader, so I'm not going to be popping over to gold to trade that, but it's a much more attractive chart than what the NASDAQ has going on right now. Also, it's still a little concerning to me. Silver is also up 2.5%. It's a little concerning to me that the VIX is up almost, it's up over 5%. I don't know what the hell is going on there. Because usually, obviously not always, usually when the VIX is up, market is down. But NQ is actually rallying as the or as the VIX climbs. It gives me a little bit of hesitation for long trades. Sometimes the VIX is up for a bit while the market is also not responding to that, and then eventually that starts to resolve itself. I'm going to go off camera for just a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Stream is still going to be up. Thanks. Forgot to unmute the mic. Appreciate that. If you guys ever see me do that, just throw it in chat. There's like still getting used to all of the streaming tools. There's just like so many buttons to click. I will have to say this is about maybe week, I don't know, 10 or 12 that I've been streaming. And I didn't do it whenever Scalper IQ was first started because I really, really don't um like there's a lot of trading rooms, not to kind of like toot our own horn here, but like there's a lot of trading rooms that like they're like what I would call shot callers. Like they just like they're not really teaching people, they're not really helping guide people. They're just like telling people to buy and sell, and I think that does a great disservice to the overall trading community in general because people like don't learn. And so I resisted doing any type of live streaming because I just felt like, oh, like I'm just gonna, how am I gonna do this in a way that is educational, helpful, and we're really trying to strike that balance here. Hoping that you guys are able to kind of learn by osmosis or being near me, but you're never going to see me on stream saying, hey, you guys buy this level, or hey, do this, or price is absolutely going to go here, or whatever it might be. But we've been doing this for like, yeah, about 8 to 10 weeks doing live streams. And I've personally actually really enjoyed it. I didn't think I was going to, but it's actually, I think, helped some of my trading. It slows me down a little bit. And yeah, it's fun and nice to build a community here. Yeah. Yeah, if you're ever listening to anybody who's trading, particularly live streamers, and they're like telling you that price is absolutely going to do something, immediately leave. Like is nothing is for sure. You can have the best looking trade possible, and our president can send one of his infamous tweets from his bathroom break, and the whole market can go the other direction. So we trade in probabilities here. We want probabilities in our favor, but probabilities will never be 100%. So when you put risk on in the market, you got to know that I think like maybe like our fourth or fifth, third or fourth stream, I had like a really great trade going on. It was up like 60 or 70 points. Had moved my stop pretty close to break even, and then got a Trump tweet and took my stop, got slippage, ultimately ended up taking the same trade again, and it actually went to target the second time. But yeah, just know as soon as you're in position, you're exposed to whatever's going on. NASDAQ trading here a little bit higher, still sitting below the mid of the overall session and trading right at the edge of value. I start to get a little bit more interested if we get above the opening range high. But at the rate that that's moving, it might take it another half an hour. You'll see that little bubble appear here. So that's our phantom study, which is flagging just a slight delta divergence. So as price was making a new high here, you were actually getting negative delta towards the end of that move, which is not showing strength. So not an automatic, like none of our signals are like same thing in probabilities, right? Uh, None of our signals are see this thing and hit the sell button. Uh, Need to be taken within context, but just wanted to flag that that's what that little bubble is right there. Really annoyed that they didn't come back and test this level and didn't fill the overnight gap by like a tick. I think this would have been a really nice long trade, but still could be at some point, but go in the wrong direction right now. Buyer's trying to get something like a little something cooking. Interesting from like a statistic standpoint, if you break both sides of the opening range, so like we broke the opening range low just a little bit first. If we break the other side of the opening range, I believe that that is just like indicative of chop. So at the moment, I'm probably looking to fade the edges. And so what that would mean is like as we get above opening range high, previous day's high, or we get up near this imbalance, I would be looking for a short, some type of short position or short signal to then trade it back down towards the point of control, back towards the center of where all the volume has been done. Or if we sell off and we get down here, then I'm more interested in taking a long trade back up into the middle. So that doesn't mean I'm just gonna like put an offer out here at 300. Like I'm not gonna step in front of the train, but if the train has a hard time moving past 300 or gets stuck at this same, you know, higher time frame level that got rejected in the overnight, then I'm interested in potentially taking a short. And when we spent a long time in range, that type of trading, so like fading, uh, so like when we talk about fading, if you're not familiar with the term, it just means like reversing or going against the direction that the market is currently trading in. So the longer that price stays in range, I think your probabilities of fading, taking shorts at the highs back towards the center of the range, taking longs at the lower part of the range back to the center tend to be better. If you're going to watch a trend develop, you want to watch a trend develop usually pretty early. Like you'd like to see it trend actually up into the opening range, like establish a wide opening range. That is better, but sellers getting squeezed a little bit here. I'm going to scroll my depth of market up to this 300 level. You see this big imbalance from the overnight? It's like almost 400 contracts. It's actually at 299. Sorry, it looks like it's right at 300, but it's at 299. Always find it amusing when somebody with that much volume also believes in whole numbers. It's like a whole number jinx. Like, oh, I'm just going to front run that by 1 point. You see, and they got filled in the overnight, and then price ran another like 40 points past that. Pretty volatile. Pretty volatile for the overnight when we interacted with this level up here. So like from the first time it popped 330 all the way down to 260, so like a 70-point rejection, then a 60-point rejection, and then the bigger sell-off, which was, yeah, like 200, almost 200 points. So the tricky part about this, if I'm looking for a potential fade, is this level here at 299, which is like, from a delta perspective, is the most significant thing up here right now. You have like some 139s, but they're not technically imbalances, which means that it's like there was a lot more two-way trading happening at these levels. And anything else up here? You see a big order here at 3150 and just a pretty clean taper on the, you're seeing smaller numbers as you go up. So just not a lot of, that's why in this like quick pop up here, and you'll see on the right side here, you're seeing like 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 0, etc. You're seeing like single print numbers. You don't actually get double digits until you get back down to 332. And then as I scroll back down here, you can see like a lot more concentration of volume. So when price got up there last night, there just wasn't anybody interested in selling. There wasn't anybody interested in buying. And so price just usually doesn't hang out in those areas for very long. But what I was going to say in terms of what's tricky about fading this is that the 300, this 299 level is like sticks out like a sore thumb to me, but it's like 20 points short. I wish it was a little bit closer to this higher time frame level that we rejected. And if I get short up here, like let's say I happen to get short at 320, if I want 3 to 1, it's like 60-ish points, my 20-point stop. That gets us back down to 260, which means that price would have to get back below the previous day's high. So it might be one of those trades that if I do that, I would probably move my stop to break even at if price gets to the previous day's high, just to protect myself from a potential rebid there. So just kind of knowing there's some traffic in the way. You're seeing a little bit of exhaustion from the sellers or from the buyers there at the previous day's high. And like I said, more interested in fading the top of this range. I'm not really looking to buy a pullback here. Like, as if I was going to buy, I'd probably be looking somewhere around the midline, like these previous tops here. But I just think that this big chunk of volume ends up being kind of a magnet. So just waiting for price to go high enough for me to consider fading it. It is just like upside down world in terms of like I have a futures watch list that is like, the NASDAQ, the Dow, etc. But it's like just a hot mix of like what everything is doing right now. Like the NASDAQ is up almost 0.5%. ES and YM are red-ish, very small red-ish. Bitcoin is up almost 2%. Silver is up 2%. Gold is up 1%. And then the VIX is up 5%. Like, what in the hell is going on? So, like, I don't trade crypto, but up until maybe like the last like 4 months or so, where like Bitcoin's volume has been really, really, really low, really tight range. But up until that point, Bitcoin was like, I would use Bitcoin as sort of like a barometer for risk on. So, like, a lot of times when Bitcoin was up, it means that people are buying riskier assets, getting a little bit more volume. Um, but in the last 4 months or so, it's the volume on Bitcoin has been so low that I haven't really weighted that in my analysis, but it is up a little bit today. So for all those holders out there, it's amazing to me that like, whenever Bitcoin was trading at like whatever its all-time high was, wasn't it like 120 or something like that? And it was like pretty frothy. It was like was up quite a bit by the time it got there. And has it been that long since Bitcoin was at its high? So Bitcoin made its high back in October of 2025. So like not quite a year ago, almost a year ago. high is around 126K. And you had people like on CNBC and stuff going on there being like, you know, Bitcoin's going to 200K. We're going to be there in like 3 weeks. You don't have to have a license to say stupid shit on TV, but there's plenty of people that do. I feel like anytime I don't watch CNBC, but like clips will come across Twitter or wherever social feed, and I watch some of those, and it's like I understand they're just doing it for engagement, but somehow it bothers a bit of my moral compass because a lot of times people get on there and talk about in absolutes. Like there was some guy a few weeks ago that I watched that was like, you know, railing against the AI trade and everything's overbought and LLMs aren't going to change the world and everything's going to hell in a handbasket. And I'm like, okay, there are people saying that like 2 years ago, and everything has rallied like 150 or 200%, or depending on what stock you're trading, sometimes more than that since then. And they just get engagement from trying to call top. I just I find it kind of gross. Like if you've been trading for a long time, it's just noise and you don't really pay attention to it. But if you're like a newer trader or you're like, I don't know, a newer investor, listening to somebody that you assume knows what they're talking about because they're on CNBC, I feel like it's disingenuous. When I first started trading futures, the guy that I learned from was an opening range trader. So he would take opening range high breakouts or low breakouts, that kind of thing. Um, and he was a much, much better trader than even I am today. And but when I first learned how to trade the opening range, I didn't really trade it with a lot of nuance. I was like, oh, we break this line, I go long. We break this low line down here, I go short, right? And then price would do what it's doing right now, which is just like oscillating around that level. And I would take so many stops, take so many stops, and be so frustrated. Really, technically speaking, like you can trade the opening range breakouts however you want, but the traditional way of trading them is to take the opening range high and the opening range low and pick the mid price between there, not the overall session mid, but the actual mid price. So like call this 260, 160. So you would do like 210 would be like your middle point for the overall range. I'm like ballparking here. So like if you were going long, you would buy the opening range break, get the best price that you can there, and then put your stop on the other side of the mid point, which is would be below 210. So you end up with a lot of room. I did never trade it that way because for me it was too much risk to put on for like small accounts. So I took tighter stops or used tighter stops, and I took a bunch of stops when that was happening. It's still a very well known strategy. There's also multiple opening ranges. So like the 30-minute is probably one of the most popular, but there's 15, there's 5, there's even like 30-second and 5-second opening ranges. Would not recommend those lower ones for beginners. Even I can't I haven't been able to trade them. Tried before. I tried trading the I think I tried trading the 1 minute opening range or the something like that. It was chaos. Let the algorithms fight that out. That's just too fast for me. If I have to have like hotkeys and like it's just so stressful. It's just so stressful. I don't want to be stressed when I'm doing this. It's already stressful enough on its own. Buyer's holding this up here pretty well. I think if sellers can't roll this over here soon, you're probably going to get another push. Notice I said probably. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really all the market is, right? Like you're observing behavior. You know that if certain things line up, that something else is slightly more likely to happen. And then at some point, sorry, don't mean to diss hotkeys for those people using them. Uh, I'll tell you guys something funny. So I'm on a PC right now, but I have done throughout my life, I have done most of my work on Mac computers. And so actually switching over to a PC keyboard was like intolerable to me. And the computers you see in the background is like I have a home lab and it's a mix of both Mac and Windows computers. And so I'm switching between computers pretty frequently to like go from one machine to another. And my brain cannot process the difference between like command key, control key, Windows key. So I have one of the smaller Mac keyboards. Let's see if I can pull this up here to show which one I have. Boop, boop, boop. Can we get into screen? Yeah, so just one of these small guys. And I have my keys are mapped to so that the Windows key is the command key. I basically have it mapped so that I can go between both my Mac computers and my Windows computers and still use all the same hotkeys. Even the screenshot from Mac I have brought over to screenshotting on Windows. So, uh, but that's my. I don't think I should take that and then also inject market hotkeys into that situation as well. Sounds like grounds for disaster. I know one of you in here that was laughing at me saying don't diss the hotkeys. You actually have a really nice keyboard and also a really sweet screen setup. So those things all work together. I just know where I belong and it's not in the world of hotkeys. I do secretly like the one thing I don't like about the Mac keyboard is like it's not super sexy. There's a bunch of like cool LED mechanical keyboards. I think you can get some of them for Mac, but of all people, my mom asked for a mechanical keyboard for her birthday. It was like one of the like really kind of like popular sort of like it was like pink and I was like, "Mom, do you even know what a mechanical keyboard is?" And she got it and she loves it. She's like, "I just love the noise that it makes." I'm like, "Good for you. Happy for you." Yeah, but had a good time earlier this year building out my kind of home lab situation. The I've always had a ton of computers, but they've always been separate from each other, and I finally was like, this is silly. Like, let's get everything networked together. Let's get them all talking to each other. Let's make it so I can easily switch between them. Got my first Linux machine going, so it's all working. Cross fingers, but knock on wood somewhere. But all working quite well at the moment. The networking stuff is still a little bit of a uh, I don't know. It's not so interesting to me, but it has to work type thing. So with uh, the introduction of AI and stuff, I've been able to navigate my way through it a bit better. the other day I was having like an issue that was actually on the machine that I'm on right now, and I was like working with Claude in the command terminal, like CLI, and I don't remember, I asked it to do something, and next thing I know, it had like hopped through my entire network and was like working out a problem on another machine. And I was like, I don't know if I like that. How about you tell me before you're going to do that, before you just start bouncing around my home network? It's pretty incredible nowadays. I started using, I think, ChatGPT in 2023, I think, so like 3 years ago. And at the time, I was like teaching, I already knew how to code some in Motive Wave. I was kind of teaching myself how to code. And I ended up sharing a desk next to a guy who was already working in the AI field very early on. And he's like, hey, man, he's like, AI can do some coding. You should like see what ChatGPT can do. And like at the time, the context windows and what it could handle was like so small. I was like pasting in like one chunk of Java code into it and being like, please fix this. And it would like fix just that part. And then it would break something else because it didn't see the rest of the code. But it's a good way to learn. And I mean, now what these, what, ChatGPT or Claude or any of these can do is really, really phenomenal. You still have to have a good workflow for it, in my opinion. Like, you can't just be like, make me an amazing motive wave study, right? Like, it's just not going to do it. But with context and, I'd already been coding in motive wave ahead of time. Now I've been coding in motive wave and in Ninja for the last couple years. Uh, and been coding in markets since like 2018, 2019. I did some coding in Thinkorswim and ThinkScript, writing out my own very, very early, probably would have been like very, very early renditions uh, of ScalperIQ, just like how I was starting to see markets. Like during the COVID crash, I wrote this small piece of code that like looked for extreme bars. So like bars that happened with way more volume and way more velocity. And I just started like flagging them. And I started to notice that the market would respond to those first to just when the candles were flagged, like just those particular moments in time. You'd get like an extreme candle at a low, and then you would like bounce off of it, or extreme candle at the high and reverse. And then I started to notice that if I drew like a box from one of those areas, that then price would sometimes respect those areas when price would come back to it. So not just the exact candle at the moment that it was formed. And so those were my sort of early days of observation. Granted, I mean, coding those at a time when, during the COVID crash, market volatility was like off the charts. So, but that kind of was my early days of coding and informing my sort of like how I see order flow, and probably wouldn't have even called it order flow at the time. I don't even think I knew that that terminology existed. But that's effectively what I was looking at, was looking at extremes in markets, looking at, you know, big buyers, big sellers. So like the behavior behind why price does what it does has always been really fascinating to me. Like one of my sort of like favorite observations to look for lows, like to look for exhaustion, like even if you took all of my scalper IQ stuff off the screen, would be market trading down or up, doesn't really matter. But like we'll say down, trading down. And let's say all your 5 minute candles, like you're getting some bounces, prices going down, the depth of market is trading at one speed. All the 5 minute candles are relatively the same size, but like we still continue this direction, and you're not really getting big enough bounces for anybody. They're not really buyable bounces. And we just kind of keep continuing down. Eventually, the depth of market will start to speed up, and somewhere near the low, what ultimately ends up becoming at least a temporary low, is you get just a 5 minute candle that is maybe 1.5 to 2x to 2.5x the size of the rest, as like people who've been buying the dip haven't been able to get out, sellers getting more aggressive, and you get this kind of like puke at the bottom. And then shortly after, you usually get a really quick snapback, at least temporarily. So, little thing you can look at. That's a hard trade for beginners, by the way, because you really have to watch it happen a lot. You have to watch that particular event happen a lot before you're you can be confident enough to know kind of what you're seeing. And even then, going counter trend in a really aggressive downtrend or uptrend is usually harder to do, in my opinion. But I sometimes use it more for taking profit. Like, let's say that I'm short and we're doing this kind of like continually down, and I just haven't seen that sort of like last exhaustive push. If I have a runner on, have like one contract left or something, sometimes I'll wait. If we look at the sell off from here, we'd be talking about this type of price movement, about this type of price movement, and then you see here where like there's a lot of chop on the way down here, and then we just went vertical down. So like the candles are just like one straight line down. That's kind of the puke. But you notice it goes pretty far before it actually had like a sort of like snapback reaction. But and ironically, like I took profit. And I just moved my level accidentally. Whoops. Let's move that there. Uh, I took profit actually right in the middle of it, which is also acceptable. Uh, just happened to be something I was already looking at ahead of time, but we were kind of quote puking at the time that that happened. Oh, happy to hear that. I just had somebody post in our Discord just saying that the Scalper IQ studies that we have, at least in like hanging out in our Discord, has moved them to using volume charts. So if you're not familiar with volume charts, that's what I have up here right now. It's a 500 vol fixed volume chart on the NASDAQ. So most people are used to linear charts, which means like you'll get a candle every 1 minute or 5 minutes or whatever time frame you're looking at. With fixed volume charts, you're looking at a new candle every time X number of contracts have been traded. So you could do a 500 vol chart, you could do a 1,000 vol chart. There's all sorts of different ones you can do, whatever custom one you want. But basically, whatever you pick. So if I have 500, each time 500 contracts is traded, a new candle is made and then goes to the next one. And so, in my opinion, and it sounds like our users as well that started using them, I think that order flow and price action is actually a lot cleaner to look at. Um, you can also judge like if we're high volume or low volume just by looking at how many candles are printed on the chart. So I'm a huge, huge proponent of fixed volume charts. You can use any of our studies on linear timeframes as well. Um, but unless they're really low, like if you're using like a 15 or a 30-second or a 1 minute chart, I just don't find our studies to be as good. Um, but fixed volume charts, whether you're using our studies or not, are, in my opinion, really, really good. So I typically use 500 fixed volume for NQ and typically use 1,000 fixed volume for ES. ES is a bit thicker, trades a little more contracts. And if you have it too low, you just end up with like a bazillion candles on your chart, and it can make it really hard to kind of orient yourself. I want to be able to have enough candles that I can still zoom out and see the whole session. If I were to use like 100 fixed volume chart on NQ, I wouldn't be able to do that. Don't change your strategy. Agreed. No, we actually, the thing that I really hope happens and obviously have no control over is that I want people who have, a pre-existing strategy. You don't have to. Maybe you make a strategy up off of Scalper IQ, but I love people that already have a strategy that then our signals can just kind of like help reinforce or help you read the order flow a little bit better. So not everybody wants to sit and watch a depth of market trade all day long. It can be really hard on the eyes, but you know, the Scalper IQ studies that you see are flagging a lot of the behaviors and events that happen on the depth of market. So you can trade more from the chart. You can get more context at a glance. If you happen to show up late, you can you can get a clear picture of what the delta is doing, what the order flow story is like. But I really love if people have their own pre-existing strategies that are working for them, and Scalper IQ can just get like layered on top to like make those a little more clear, maybe make your execution just like a little bit better. So nice to hear that that's working for you. Also, if you're joining late, once again, this looks very much like a beer can. I actually really like the design of these here, and I don't know where they're based, but I'm here in Austin, Texas, so uh, but it's non-alcoholic. It's hop water. It's water beer. Before somebody flags my YouTube as like, he's drinking beer while he's trading futures, and I'm like, if you saw the price action, you would be drinking beer while trading the futures too. And granted, here it's 10:30 in the morning, so it's maybe a little easier. I actually don't drink. Not as like a what would I call? Not as a law, right? I just like maybe like a year and a half ago, I just as you start to get older, started to get a hangover from like one drink, and I was like, you know what? I just don't like it that much. So if I like go out with my wife for like, anniversary or birthday dinner or something, maybe we'll like share a drink, but hop water for me. So rejected exactly at the previous day's high. It's really not super interesting back underneath the mid. As I said, I was more interested in fading the outside part of the range, but it just didn't get far enough for me to get into position. Like even if I'd shorted the exact high, which I wouldn't have because I didn't test it multiple times, even then you're only less than 40 points off. So, just wanted a bit more of that. Don't you mind? It's my reminder to eat a snack. Oh, nice. If you're short at 265, that's good. Yeah, that's the thing right now is that like even if you get a good entry, you're probably going to be waiting for a bit because price just isn't moving around that fast. Probably just going to drift back down here to like 220-ish is going to be my guess. Like if I was short, that's where I'd be looking to potentially take profit. Oh yeah, I forgot you. When you're in Singapore, you're like, yeah, please get me out of this trade so I can go to bed. Yeah, I had a trade last week at some point where I ended up getting stopped out, but it took forever. And I think I said on stream, I was like, "Oh my God, just put me out of my misery. Just just let it be done. Just let me be able to walk away." Yep, right to 220. So that exhaustion marker looks pretty nice now, but I wanted that higher before I was interested in fading it. I wasn't so confident that we would cut back through the opening range high, the mid, and get down here to 220. But nice work, Ian, on taking that trade, getting almost 50 points in your favor right now. Hey, look, three M and Q is what I'm trading right now, but up until last week or the week before, I was only trading one. So don't think that three is small. Three on a 50K account is plenty of size in my opinion. Getting a little bit of a puke there below 220. Seeing price speed up just a little bit. So as I was talking about earlier, which is the trade that looks like Ian took, but outside of value and then back into value is a lot of times how to play these like really big choppy ranges. And as we extend away from that range, um, price likes to move its way back towards the middle of where all the volume has been done. So got a big seller here at 226 and 3/4. 100 lots to sell, and it's pretty much one seller. Pretty good sell move off of that previous day's high. Also, I'm still here. I'm gonna go off camera for just a moment. One of my one of my devices is running out of battery and I don't have a charger nearby. So give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I've been experimenting with a small iPad that's in front of me so that I can observe the stream because I can see certain things happening there that I can't see on YouTube's monitoring for the live stream, which is really silly. But it was flashing at me that it was going to die. Oh, for my DOM, do I have settings? I do not have an exact video of the settings that I have, and Motive Waves DOM has a lot of them. Let me, Ian, are you a part of our Discord yet? Because if you are, you can DM me and let me see if I can put together a workspace that just has my current settings for it. Yeah, if you want to join the Discord just whenever you get a moment, um, you can join and DM me there, and I'll see if I can come up with a template that I can give you guys. I think I can save templates out of Motive Wave, and then I'll just put it there in the Discord as a place to download. And if people really like that or want to grab it, then I'll put a more permanent link somewhere. But yeah. just DM me and I'll do that because nobody's going to want to sit here and walk through all of the settings that I have to click through to get my depth of market to look like this. Yeah, the default one on Motive Wave is really, really hard to read. But we'll get you set. Also, if you're watching and you want to join our Discord, feel free to do so. You don't have to be using Scalper IQ studies to do that. We have a members only section for people that are subscribers, but we have a regular public Discord as well. So there's a public channel. You can ask order flow questions. You can ask other traders, whatever's going on. So we're a friendly bunch. Getting a little bounce off this 220 area. Still trading in the middle, so not, they did a noticeable amount of volume up here though at 270. So price is probably gonna, my guess is price is gonna want to ping pong between those two areas right now. If you're new to trading and you happen to be trading this session and it's kicking your butt, these are hard sessions to trade. They're choppy, they're not super directional. It's not moving around very much, so you've really got to control for risk a lot better. I actually think that there's a point at which it's not, but I actually think that like slightly higher volatility is a little bit easier because you can, like, price will just move around a lot more, which makes it easier to find and take trades. When it's moving around like this, you just have to be very, very specific about the positions you're taking, and you can end up sitting in a trade for a really long time. Yeah. I could probably like do some kind of like market analysis for how many like gifts show up in the Discord. Right now we have the sloth from, I think that's from Monsters Inc. Is that what that's from? But anyway, it's the slow sloth, which is exactly what the market is doing right now. Who would have ever thought that, if you told somebody what 30 years ago that gifts would be used as like a consistent form of communication nowadays? Like, my wife and I send so many good gifts back and forth to each other. I don't think anybody would have ever believed you. Like, explain to somebody 30 years ago that you're going to take short clips from movies to express your feelings to another person. Like, what are you talking about? Back up to the midline here on NQ. VIX is still climbing. The VIX gapped up basically its entire move. The VIX gapped up like 4%. NQ is not trading like the VIX is up 4%. I don't know if that starts to play out later in the session. Sometimes it's just noise, but that's not usually how that all plays out. Getting into Starting to get into lunchtime here. Yeah. Yeah, I see a couple of you tapping out. Totally understandable. Yeah. You need volatility to trade. You absolutely do. And the VIX says that there's some, but don't see it anywhere. You guys just have to wait for the first Monday that I don't stream. I'll send the VIX to like 40. But yeah, I said it earlier in the stream, and as much as I like love you guys hanging out with me and feel free to continue to do so, I'll be here for like probably like another 45 minutes to an hour to see if we can find some kind of trade. But these type of days, not that you can't find a trade eventually, but you end up using just a lot of mental capital and focus on a session that is harder to trade because it's not moving around very much. So, I think my recommendation, particularly if you're new, is like just chalk it up to it being a bad day to trade and come back tomorrow and see if it's better. Mostly, I think what I want is like, I'm just curious about like, and it may not play out here in the next like 45 minutes to an hour or so, but I'm just curious about the VIX being up. Like the VIX could be up just because it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of oversold, but it makes me think that maybe there's a bigger move in here somewhere, but we're not seeing it yet. So that's just a complete sort of like off the top of my head hypothesis more so than it is anything that's actually going to play out. I think I used this analogy like a couple weeks ago, but I love watching sports. I'm a big sports fan. I grew up in a college town, so big sports fan. But there's times where one team will just like, blow out the other team and be up by like, whatever, it's basketball, up by like 40 points or something. But, the announcers still have to sit there for the whole second half. And I think it's always kind of interesting or funny to like listen to the announcers attempt to like make appropriate small talk for however long. And I never really appreciated that now until I started live streaming, and particularly live streaming these last 3 Mondays in a row where I'm like happy to be hanging out with you guys. I don't know how I don't know how much stuff I can come up with to talk about when NQ is trading inside of like a 5 point range here, 7 point range. I really do think there's like somebody, I think in our Discord said they were wondering if this kind of price action continues until the midterms. I really hope not, but that wouldn't surprise me either. I think there's a bunch of like unknowns with the US midterms, and I think there's uh obviously a lot of unknowns in the Middle East right now, and so the market maybe is kind of just in this holding pattern until something something else develops there. But God, I hope we don't do this price action until November. So got to bounce up to the mid. Buyers very much got absorbed there. That's like what all that sideways behavior is right there, and now starting to roll back over again. I'm still not interested in it until it gets. I'm still interested in this level to the downside, 110 ish. On a deep pullback, I would probably be interested to see what price does at 110. If we start to look like there's a buy setup starting there, I'd be willing to take it. And then knowing that I have another level to try, but I won't. This would be two separate trades. So if we see buying here and we see it seems like price maybe wants to hold, I'd be willing to take one try here. And then if it stops us out and continues lower, then if it sets up again, I would be willing to try it lower. But that's still like 120, 100 points away. So at the rate that the NASDAQ is moving, that will take like 4 hours to get there if it starts now. Take a look at the other indexes, see where some of this selling is coming from. They're all just super choppy. Like ES made new lows on this pullback on NQ, and the Dow did not. Just no real direction anywhere. Looking at I have a quote unquote shopping list for stocks that I want to trade. So I look at it most days and then just scroll down to see whatever is down the most and see if anything is at a level that I want to buy. But I don't really I actually I don't at all trade stocks intraday at all. Like I have retirement or investment portfolios, but I don't day trade those. It's starting to get a little bit more volatile here. More aggressive pullback here. Putting in a lower high here and now taking out the bottom of this pullback. Just like I said multiple times, like I'm keeping in the back of my head that the VIX is up like 5%. So doesn't mean that things are going to pick up, but if they did, that would be what I would be thinking about there. Also, I see a couple new people in here. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Hit the like or the subscribe button if you haven't yet. I forget that a lot of people, like, I don't trade lunch, but when we were streaming on Friday, we had a bunch of people come in um, right around this time. And I forget that a lot of people trade during their lunch hour or think about trading during their lunch hour. So I'm in Texas now, but I lived in New York for just about a decade. And what I did like about trading there is that Wall Street lunchtime was also my lunchtime in New York. So I would walk away from the market to go actually get lunch, while here in Texas, I'm about an hour behind. So I don't get to take lunch at exactly the same time. It was also just easier because like all the data, all the scheduling and stuff. Oh, happy to have you, Ian. I know it's I know it's super late there in Singapore, but glad you joined. Uh, DM me whenever it's daylight out time and get you set up with a template for my depth of market here. But nice to have you here today. You're seeing some sellers start to cluster here, like 225-ish. You're seeing these bigger orders here. There's nothing like huge. There's a 30 at 220, but they're kind of like slowly moving their way down. So we may start to see some more selling here in a second. I think this goes down further, but I'm not shorting it here right in the middle of, like, basically right at the point of control. Really want to see pace of trade pick up here. Nothing's telling me that that's going to happen, but the Nasdaq is actually pulling back right now as Nvidia is making new intraday highs. So that's notable to me that if Nvidia decides to, it's not a very strong looking move from Nvidia either. I'm going to go ahead and scroll my depth of market down to where I would be potentially interested in trading. I'm going to look at the bottom of this area. I'm probably not going to take a trade in here, but I'm going to scroll to like 160-ish, like new RTH lows in here. But I'm still really more interested back at this 110 level, and I just don't know if we have the volume or volatility to get back that far this session, but I'm usually pretty stubborn, usually being the key word in that sentence, usually pretty stubborn about trying to take trades at my sort of like predefined areas, or like uh at least start looking for trades in a particular area. I usually get myself into trouble when I start trying to draw up, trades as they happen, especially in the middle of a choppy range. But this isn't even like quite 100-point pullback on NQ yet, so still slow. I know some people use like ATR. I think that's average true range is what that stands for. So you can kind of like you could do a rolling period. It's like you look at like the last 40 to 50 bars and calculate what the average range of those bars is there to kind of gauge what volatility is. But to me, it's sort of like an extra study to have on my chart that I don't really actually need. I can just look at and say, huh, all right, at 10 o'clock, we were trading at 283. It's now 11:15 an hour later, and we're not even 100 points from that spot. So I don't need ATR to tell me that the price action is pretty choppy and pretty low volatility. Another win for volume charts as well. So we haven't printed very many candles. We just like look, this session is pretty small. You look, this session is a bit more action going on with it. So man, it's middle of RTH, and I just watched 208.75 sit there for like a whole 30 seconds before it traded anything, and I was like, is my data feed frozen? Nope. Nope, it's just trading really slow. I just wonder if this VIX situation resolves itself. VIX being up 5%, but the market not doing anything. There's always that like, does somebody know something? I don't think that really applies in this situation because I think the VIX is too complicated of an instrument for somebody to be gaming it. But see if equities catch up to the VIX. And this doesn't apply to any of you guys unless you stream on your own, but YouTube's YouTube's live monitoring. So like I have a thing up where it shows that I'm like, I'm live right now, audio health is okay, how many people are watching right now, etc., etc. But for some reason, the preview of the stream that I'm watching there is way further behind real time than I have the stream up on my iPad in front of me. Just, come on, Google, get it together. Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right. All right. All this talk about lunch. Had to get a snack. I'm interested, excuse me, how many people who are in here like trade while doing a regular job, like work from home, or you have a separate monitor up, and or are any of you trading like full time? I feel like most people I know don't trade full time. Usually have some kind of side hustle going on, but I'm always interested to know. I very much encourage people, particularly if you're new. I don't know how many different posts I can see on like the day trading subreddit during a given week that's like, I made $1,200 this week. Should I quit my job? No, no, you should not quit your job. Your first $1,200 week? No. You need to like go through the trenches a little while. Like, can you survive multiple negative $1,200 weeks and be able to pull yourself back up into profit? And if you've done that multiple times over the course of years in different market environments, then maybe yes. But trading for income is, I think, even more incredibly difficult than just trading, period. Because as you can see with today's session, like really, really challenging environment to trade in because it's so choppy and slow. And so if you're in here and you're like, I got to make rent, I got to pay for food, and you're forced to like trade in this, you're making your life really, really hard. So the market has lots and lots of opportunities, but there's going to be plenty of sessions that just suck and are a lot easier to lose money in than they are to make money in. So even I don't trade full time for income. I trade 4 to 5 days a week, but I don't trade full time for income. I have my own side hustles and I do development for ScalperIQ. So if you're new and you're doing great, keep doing great. Just know that you're going to have periods of time where you go into drawdown or things aren't working, you lose money. So I think the natural tendency is to be like, oh, well, if I make $200 a day every day for the next however long, then I'll make X number of dollars a month. But we all know if you've been trading for a while, that's not how that works. You need to calculate, like, how long of a drawdown can you survive? How long are you typically in drawdown for? And if you've only been trading for a couple of months, like you just can't answer those questions. The best thing you can do right now is continue to trade small, protect your capital, and keep as many notes and track of your statistics that you can. That will help you make an informed decision should you ever get to a place where you actually do want to trade for income. But if you don't keep track of all of that stuff and then, the day rolls around and you're like, well, how long does a drawdown typically last for me? It's good to know those answers to those questions. I just got some like Twitter notification that apparently Anthropic/Claude is having a major outage. Not that that's going to affect anything in the market, but if any of you guys are vibe coding and having issues, that's what's going on there. Let's go check there. There says, quote, all operational. So looks like they were having problems maybe like an hour or two ago, but maybe resolved. Also, if you're new to the stream, feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Hit the like or subscribe button. Hopefully there's a stream that is a bit more interesting should the market be so kind as to provide that later this week. But right now, this session is like watching paint dry. Which, I mean, if you're going to watch paint dry, why not watch paint dry with friends and people who share similar interests, right? But still watching paint dry. Just peeking back over here at. So there was this 200 level, this imbalance from Friday's Globex session, and the market respected it for a little while. They like flushed underneath it, they got back above, they held a higher low right at it, and then they rallied back up to try to make new highs. Then they knifed it on the way back down. So we're actually just kind of trading right at that same level right now, right at 200. So but this is really slow and painful price action. I'll be here for like another 30 minutes or so. While I'm here, if anybody has any like order flow related questions, trading related questions, scalper IQ related questions, throw them in the chat. I have nothing but time until this thing gets either below the low or back above the high. So the one thing I really wish that YouTube would do is that like I can see how many concurrent viewers are here, but I can't see like when somebody brand new comes in. I just like watch the number pop up and down. But it would be really nice to know that like, hey, somebody new just popped in, so that every time it pops from, you know, 5 to 6 or 8 to 10 or whatever it is, that like I don't have to be like, hey, welcome to the stream each time. Because I think sometimes people are like refreshing their browsers or, you know, navigating away from the page and coming back and it's the same person. So I'm not trying to say hi to you like 10 times in a row, but you know, YouTube seems like kind of like I know there's other places like Twitch and I think you can live stream to Instagram and TikTok and stuff, but yeah, I don't know that I might be a little too old to be streaming on Twitch. I think that's where the kids are these days. We might do Instagram at some point. I think I can like dual stream there. You could like watch us on the go, but just keeping it simple right now, just Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Basically 8:30 until I can't stand to watch paint dry any longer and or the price action is good and I want to stick around because there's more things to trade. Like I said earlier, we will have a new episode of Rewind the Tape out later today. So if you're not subscribed, do that so you get that alert. Or if you're in our Discord, I'll post the link there. Um, do like a short series to review our our trade, one of our trades from last week's live stream. Just break the order flow down to a bit more digestible. I think if they can get it under this 200 level, we might be able to see closer to back to the lows. But right now, buyers persistently buying the same price. And while I'm trading an eval right now, I still treat any account that I trade as precious cargo. So you won't ever see me on stream like just taking trades for the sake of taking trades. Uh, I know it's like quote better for engagement or people want to watch people who are live trading trade, but like that's not how trading works. So as much as I love you guys, I'm not going to lose money by taking bad trades. It doesn't help me and it doesn't help you guys. So part of the game is just watching to see what happens, waiting. That's what most of trading is actually, is waiting for price to get into a place to be able to do something. But these type of sessions used to just like chew me up and spit me out because I just was like, oh, I've got to trade it, I've got to touch it. And like, I'm fine to stick around. We're not that far away from, if price, we get like a Trump tweet, or sellers decide to finally step on the gas here. If we catch up to the VIX being up 5%, we're not that far away from some interesting places to buy to the downside or short to the upside, but not right here, not in the middle. Something else that I noticed in reviewing the last couple, like doing the rewind the tape and like watching myself live trade, is I noticed that I don't get very excited about winners. I don't really get very excited about taking stops either. So I don't know that I feel that I trade quote emotionless, but I try to trade pretty mechanically. I know that I get stopped pretty frequently because I have tight stops. I also know that I typically look for at least 3-to-1 risk to reward. So I can take multiple stops or multiple tries at the same trade, which I think when you're trading order flow is something that is a bit more common. But I just noted that when I was like going back and looking, and it's like, oh, I just took a 60-point winner, or on Friday I took off a 100-point runner and was like, meh, good trade. I don't know if I need to come up with like some animations for the stream, have like confetti pop or something like that. My coding brain thought about like, could I change the color of like my home labs lights, which is like the purple that's in the back right now, change it to like green or red based on when I'm in position. And then I was like, oh man, no, that's gonna be annoying as hell if like price is like bouncing around my entry and just flashing red and green in the background. Like you guys are gonna hate me and I'm gonna hate me. So we're not gonna do that. VIX is still climbing on this pullback. closing in on being up almost 6%. NQ is not trading like it though. ES, YM, and NQ, all of their charts are just a mess right now. Like the Dow just like popped like 150 points off of its low, but ES went the other way and NQ going the other way, so Oop, sorry about that. I've seen some other live streams like play music throughout the live stream, but I don't know. Kind of annoying. Like I'm not listening to a live stream to like listen to whatever the live streamer's particular taste in music is. I was just looking back at our stream from last Monday where the market was super slow and the stream was also super slow as well. Fridays was poppin'. I don't know if like more people have like summer Fridays off and are able to join more or if that's just like random. So pretty low sample size since we've only been streaming for uh like about a couple months. But yeah, like who really wants to come in and trade and watch whatever the heck this thing is doing right now? If you missed it earlier, we posted, or I mentioned that we posted a free delta analysis blog on our website. There should be a link in the description to the website, and then the blog is at the top. So that's free delta order flow analysis we put out each week. So welcome to hop over there and give it a read. We typically do analysis on the micro contracts, but this week we did analysis on the main contracts, which I think is what we'll continue to do going forward. Our data vendor had an issue with the micro contracts this last week, so we took the opportunity to do the analysis on the bigger contracts. Just more institutional activity on the main contracts than you find on the micros. I don't know if institutions like trade the micro contracts at all. Like, I don't know why you would. You're just going to pay for a lot more fees. Like, the only real benefit that you have, if I feel like you're trading big size on micros, is potentially swing trading. Like, then you could, if you're looking for much larger ranges, much wider stops, it allows you to sort of like take off pieces of your position a little more granularly. So, if you trade 50 micros instead of five NQ, you could take 5 off here, 5 off there, whatever it might be. But I feel like most people that are trading 5 NQ are just like not bothering with micros. Hey, risk trader, welcome to the stream. A risk taker. Sorry, misread your thing. I guess technically you're a risk trader too. Still just looking for the NASDAQ to get below its RTH and overnight lows. See if we can pull back closer to 110. Getting a bit more selling here. So far, just been super choppy and super tight range. I'm going to scroll this down to my 110 area again. Seeing a bunch of buyers stacked here below the current RTH and overnight low. So that's notable. Still about 40 points away from where price is right now. So you do see a few buyers clustered. Nothing as big as what's underneath in the like 50s and 40s right now, but a few bigger orders down here at like 110 where I'm considering buying that spot if it gets back there and can hold. The only reason that I don't particularly like this level, like it is a level that the market respected on Friday, but it respected this level, which is a higher time frame level, just like 40 or 50 points lower, better. So this would probably be two separate trades. So like if we get back here and like I'm probably only going to be here for like another 30-ish to 45 minutes-ish just because it's been so slow and I don't know that it speeds up. But if we were to get back here in the next 20 to 30 minutes and this sets up to buy, I'd be buying from like 110 back up to this imbalance. So that'd be my 60 points. It'd be like trying to get long around 110 and looking to get back out at like 170-ish, like a little like retest of the underside of the opening range. If it played out that way, if I took a stop here and price got back down below, I might look to try to long again at 65. But I'm not really interested in taking shorts. So until we are below, definitively below this 65 level, I think buyers still have the edge and it's going to be easier to be long than it is to be short. So you have a whole bunch of buyers stacked here in the 80s. And then you have some buyers stacked down here below the low. So you see some clustering happening on the depth of market. Looks like the biggest one is like 54. Uh, 85. Are you talking 3,085 or 185 where we're trading right now? I assume you mean lower. If you're looking at 85, it's like right between the two levels that I have drawn. This is a bit too choppy for me to look at 85. I like looking at this level that we broke, got back above, and then when we took off on Friday, we like popped above it and then came back and held 65 almost on the nose and then went higher off of that. Also, 65 is, if I zoom back out on a higher time frame chart, there we go. 65 is this level here, which is like multiple rejections on a higher time frame and what we broke out of from on Thursday. So 85 is like looking in that same area-ish, but from my analysis, I don't see anything specific at 85 for myself. But your analysis may show you something different, which is totally okay. That's how the market moves. I would wait for a retest of 65. But I am interested in this level that's a little bit higher, like this first area of rejection, which was like some buyer absorption here when they tried to bounce it the first time on the way down, before they sold off quite a bit. So 110 and 65 are going to be the levels that I take a look at if we get back there, but I really don't know if we get back that far by then. But totally, like totally cool to obviously like have your own levels. Like that's what makes the market move, and uh stick to your levels. Like I'm not here to call my levels to say that like my levels are the best levels and the only levels. They're just the levels that I stick to for myself. That's the thing that I hate seeing on other people's streams, you know. Like fine to have an opinion. Like I have an opinion, you guys have opinions. If we all had the same opinion, the market wouldn't move anywhere. So, and it also isn't like if I take a position at 110 and it stops me out and you get long at 85 and go up and make money and I don't, I'm happy for you. So, mostly I'll be happy just if we can get through this low and start trading a little bit faster. After that, being able to take a trade is like gravy. I just want to not be watching paint dry here. So there's this imbalance level here at 168 from when they tried to make new lows. That's going to be, or 169, sorry. That's at this negative 213 here, right below the Globex open. But not far enough away for me, not a deep enough pullback for me to take a position there. It was a really nice re-offer of the previous day's high. Like this ended up being a very nice short trade. Almost 100 points away from there right now, but man, it took almost 2 hours to get to get there. Just like no real initiation from sellers. Like I think they're just kind of slowly but surely moving their offers down and buyers are kind of retreating, but this is taking so long to pull back. Like it's just not, there's no real aggression coming from either side right now. You have a ton of people wanting to buy down here in the 60s and the high 40s, mid low 50s. So I think this liquidity is a bit magnetic, like price is kind of gravitating towards where these larger participants are, but it's just doing it at a snail's pace. Yeah, the VIX is just short of being up 6%. Um, you're getting quite a bit of volume in metals. So you long or short risk taker? I see you said you take a position there at 31.80. Nice. Hope it works out well for you there. You're basically long right at the edge of value. Just looking at silver is up like 3% today. I don't trade silver. I really just only trade the Nasdaq. But that that move in silver back in whenever that was, the beginning of 2026, where it dropped from 117 to 71 in like a single session, and then we've basically sold off since then. Like I can't imagine having bought silver, still holding silver, and being down 50% on metals. That is pretty wild. I'm sure some people made some money in that move, but uh, I bet a lot more people lost money. We're talking about retail traders. I poked my head over to it when it was doing one of its crazy days, just to be like, huh, wonder what that looks like, right? And it was so thinly traded, like just there were just, and when I say thinly traded, like right now when you're looking at my depth of market up, there's like people wanting to buy at just about every price. And if I like scroll really far away, like I probably have to get, yeah. So as I start to get down here, like where, this is like almost 100 points from where price is right now. Like you start to see holes in the depth of market where there's like nobody bidding here at all. That's what silver's live price was like. And so what happens in these types of situations where you don't have enough participants, like somebody sells and it just goes from like it could go from like 94 to 84 like almost instantaneously because there's only like 10 contracts wanting to buy in this area. So, it's that's not my that's not what I like. I won't trade products that do that. So, still gonna hang out in this like 150 to 160 area to see what happens in here if they get there. Just trading at the edge of value here, so you're seeing some buyers start to step in, but nothing particularly interesting to me just yet. And it's wild to think that like silver may never see that price again. I mean, it could in my lifetime, but that was like the weekend. Gold was doing the same thing. It was like both metals were running really hard. I think platinum was also running as well. Most of those typically, I mean, gold is a much more liquid instrument, but silver and platinum, historically speaking, are not really day tradable instruments. And so, I think that when those particular assets start to trade in there and start to trade at the level of volatility that they were trading at, like just weird things start to happen. You just have participants that might have been long silver for like decades and they're like, "Oh, suddenly my silver position is up 300%. I think I shall exit," you know? But like that weekend, like the weekend before it crashed and gold was like at all-time highs, there were like lines out the door that people photographed of like people going to banks and other places to like buy physical gold. And that's not, if you're long gold at that and you hold when you're starting to see that type of behavior and you're up a bunch, like that's just irresponsible in my mind, unless you have some type of like, I don't know, longer term thesis or you're hedging or something like that. But that's about as frothy as a market can get. It's like if my mom calls me and is like, I have something called Nvidia in my portfolio and it's up a bunch. I'm like, okay, time to take some profit on Nvidia. When the regular folks start to notice, it's usually about the time you need to be exiting a position. Also, if you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe. We do this Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Hopefully the NASDAQ moves around a bit more in our next session. But if you want to come hang out, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, that also helps us out. Still working on building this trading community. Happy to have you guys all here, but liking the stream helps us build that community. NASDAQ is just now trading violently between like 3190 and 3180 at the moment. I don't know what some of these other like live streams do when it starts to get to be lunchtime. Like, do people like leave the stream up and like go get lunch, or do they just like tear it down and then like do a separate afternoon session? I've like poked around a little bit, haven't had like a definitive answer. I'm mostly asking because I'm like rather bored with the price action and my stomach is like, hey, I'm getting hungry. I'm also like uh quite into like running and cycling, and I upped mileage this week. So I think I ran, did like a short run with my wife on Wednesday, or sorry, on Saturday. Did like a short run with her. Then I came back and did like a 20-mile bike ride. And then yesterday I did a 4-mile run. So my legs are toast, and it's probably the reason that my stomach is like, hey, where is second breakfast? All right, guys, I'm going to be here for like another 15 minutes. If we're not through the low in 15 minutes, like I'm going to call it. So if we're through the low, then I might stick around to see if we can get a deep enough pullback um, to get down to like 110. But we gotta pick this up. I'm like looking at mostly out of boredom. I'm looking at the top 10 most active stocks on the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq. Because every once in a while, this is like whenever all of the GameStop stuff was happening, however many years ago that was, like futures actually had less volume whenever GameStop and all of its cohorts were trading like crazy. I think it just like pulled a lot of attention away from futures markets, which were already really choppy at the time, and the volume got even less because everybody was just like focused on what GameStop was doing. So I was just kind of like, huh, I wonder if there's anything else that's trading kind of crazy today. And there are like a few like sort of like bio small cap runners that are up over 100% today. So I was actually just looking at, I do not trade any of this stuff. I have no expertise in it at all. I used to trade stuff like this. I don't anymore, but uh, whatever the heck WFF is just went from $2 to 1071 and is all the way back down to 4. So holy hell. No, thank you. Do not like. I traded that when I very first started trading because I just saw a lot of different people trading, trading small caps, and I didn't know anything about futures at the time. Or like I knew of futures but didn't wasn't really trading them. And I started trading like, stocks that would halt, super volatile names. And I know there's some people that are really good at it and like swear by it, but I just I was just so stressed. It was just so stressed, getting stuck in halts, like not knowing where price is going to go, things whipsawing against me. It's stocks, so your size can be super variable. Liquidity is bizarre on certain names, like you get low cap, low float type stocks, and nah, Also just like every day, for the most part, sometimes you'd have multi-day runners, but like every day you'd be trading something different. And like every stock to me like has a slightly different personality. If you're trading some of these like momentum runners, small cap runners, here we go, and the Nasdaq is going to try to make new lows maybe. uh you don't know how long some people have been holding those names, and you get like just the most weird price action in my opinion. So i tried that I tried that flavor of stuff and just didn't care for it. So got below the opening range low, rejected there. There's a whole bunch of buyers down here in the 140s. I said I would like cut this off at like 12:15 if we're not through the low, but they are attempting to make me stick around for a little bit longer. We'll see how it goes. I don't trade the overnight session, but this rejection off of this higher time frame level up here at 320 is pretty awesome. It's probably like the best trade that's on my chart right now, to be honest with you. Either that or the reoffer of the previous day's high, but I wanted to see that get back up to this imbalance or back up to this level, so I wasn't really looking at reoffering the previous day's high. So just kind of trading around this imbalance level here at like 169. Opening range low at 165, just a little bit of traffic here. There's also this absorption zone, which is like the blue with the gradient. We had some seller absorption there in the morning. The market has held that a few times. That study is still under development from us. So if you're using ScalperIQ and are like, why do I not have that? That's because we're still in observation mode for that one, still in bug check mode. So yours truly gets to be the one, since I'm the lead developer here, so I get to both develop them and then I get to be the one to put them on my chart and figure out if they work or not. So both the benefits and the downsides to being the developer. All right, so low is at, call it 154-ish, basically right where the top of my depth of market is. Somebody just put a really large order there, and they just moved it down and it filled at 155.75. I think they held the close to the tick. They like filled that little gap to the tick. More selling, more sellers offering price there. That happened too fast for me to like show it to you guys. I just noticed because I was scrolled to here. And so all of my orders scale to the largest trade, or like the largest order on the entire depth of market, like not to just on my screen. And so I noticed that all of these got really small for a second. And when I scrolled up, I saw this like 300 order move down and get filled right away. But you had to be watching pretty quick to be able to see that. And you'll see that ScalperIQ flagged, our imbalance study flagged this right here. That's that dashed line. So that's the biggest imbalance or the strongest imbalance for the RTH session. There's another dashed line up here that's a little paler. That's the largest imbalance from the overnight session. So just to help orient you a little bit. And you don't need ScalperIQ to be able to see this on your depth of market, but I particularly like having it on my chart just so that I can see where it's at in relation to everything and or where it's trading. And if we trade through here a few times, like this might end up getting kind of muddied. Might not look like an imbalance after we trade at it for a little while. See this whole cluster of buyers that want to buy here? Like 152 to 150 and then another at 147. They're just itching for a drop here. They're going to force sellers to throw some size here at the lows if they want to get through there. All right, we broke the low. I'm here for just a little bit longer then. My secondary caveat is if they get this back above 180, like 180 to 185, then I'm probably still just going to call it for the session. I really think all these buyers get filled at some point, but with a big pocket of liquidity like this, sometimes you'll see like a quick spike up as sellers sort of react to that much size being on the depth of market, and then it can come back down really quickly to fill that. It's almost like a little bit of like a sort of like fake out momentum play. So just touching it, still didn't quite get into the big order section there. See if they want it. There we go. There's a little flush. Still got stuck at this bigger order here at 147, only filled part of it. There's the rest of it. All right, so we're going to scroll down to 110 because we're only about 30 points away from that, and that's the first area that I want to look at to trade. And now we see some bigger buyers interested in the same area that I'm interested in, which I like very much. So on watch here for potentially taking a long trade if we can get down to 110. VIX still climbing up almost 7% now. So in this case, the NASDAQ and the other indexes are kind of catching up to the VIX instead of the other way around. Typically they trade together. So like as volatility picks up in the futures indexes, then the VIX climbs as well. But in this case, the VIX was already elevated, but we weren't really doing elevated VIX things. Now we're starting to pick back up as the VIX starts to climb even more. You're seeing this bubble pop up here. This is one of our studies that flags when price is extended and making lows on positive delta. So just a little bit of flagging some weakness from the sellers there. Yeah, that was tricky there at 180 risk taker that held there for quite a while. Oh, oh. All right, so gonna come into still not quite to my level, but that was some pretty accelerated trading there. That was a bit of a puke there from the buyers. If it comes down that fast, if it comes down that fast into 110, you're not going to watch me buy it right away. You even see that the person at 110 just pulled half of their offer. So we'll need to see it get to 110 and sort of establish itself as a place that wants to hold. If it gets to 110 and then uh just like spikes, like it just goes there and then goes right back to 150, like it's going to go without me. I don't have any interest in catching a knife here. Also with another level down at 65 from higher time frame, which is the red line at the very bottom of my chart. So I'm not going to get married to 110 if it decides it wants to just like throttle through there. 110 is just sort of the first area that I'm kind of interested in. Still like 20-ish points away. So if it sets up at 110 and we're long, I'll wait for it to get back above 150. Like, should I be in position and it climb that high? And then my stop will probably go to break even as we get close to this buy-in balance here. I don't want to, that's the first area that I think that buyers might have a problem with on the way, um, on the way up. But we just touched 114 there, like bouncing right in front of this level. And if you're new to the stream, you'll know that you won't know that I need to see some type of like interact with the level that I want to buy at and see a buying reaction off of it and then potentially buying the retest. So I won't just be sticking an order in here at 110 to buy. I need to see price trade there. I need to see what happens there. Do we have buyers defending? Do some of these big buyers get filled? Do they reload their orders? Um, Not in the business of knife catching. Like if it just does this and it goes back above, back up to 180 or whatever, it's just a missed trade in terms of like a trade that I wouldn't have been able to be in anyway. Also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. Feel free to hit the like and subscribe button. We're here Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, basically 8:30 in the morning until I think the market is boring and don't want to hang out anymore. Typically, it's about until around this time, but since we finally have a little bit of excitement happening, I'm hanging out for a little bit longer. So if we look in a higher time frame while this is trading down here, I'm just going to expand this a little bit. So these tops from August 5th, so like 2 weeks ago, and back here in July, back here again in the beginning of July, and right here, middle July. So we had one, two, three, four times that the NASDAQ held almost that exact price. We broke it to the upside last Thursday. We retested that level on Friday. And now we're kind of like slowly moving back towards it right now. But that 65 level is the red line on my chart. This yellow line here is a level where buyers got absorbed from here on Friday during Friday's sell off. So, like, buyers tried to rally here. They couldn't get through. There were too many sellers there, and they created this kind of absorption zone. Price rejected out of it the first time. And then towards the close, buyers were able to both get above it, use it as support, and then rally higher. So, that's why this is the first place that I'm kind of looking at is this 110 area. But the red line on my chart is really a better, higher time frame area and what the NASDAQ kind of ultimately bounced off of on Friday. But that's why both of those are on my chart. But these would be separate trades for me. Like I don't use stops wide enough to be like long at 110 with a stop under 60. That's a 50-point stop. That's like more than 2x the size stop that I like to use. Violence meter has gone up on NQ though. So if you're trading, just note that we are not trading like we were like an hour ago. So made a new low there by like a tick. It's finally getting a bit of price movement here. The NASDAQ has officially gone red here from its close. So all major indexes are red, though NQ is basically break even. So a little hesitation there from the sellers. You saw them come down and just kind of pause right in front of the low. So I start kind of like building myself a bit of like narrative and observation around this 110 level as we're here trading just above it. Is there hesitation from sellers? Do I see any more size showing up? We have this 30 contract buyer, you have another 30 contract buyer. So you have a little clustering of buyers starting to show up here. Gives me more confidence that the level that I'm looking at is something that other participants are looking at, which is important if I want this trade to potentially work. Still will be stubborn though. I still need to see this like flush below 110 and trade there for a little bit before I start getting into position. All right, so they filled all of those buyers. All right, so they flushed my level. All right. Ooh, big seller chasing down. That also makes me want to be long. Great. All right, so I've seen some things that I like so far at my level. To me, sellers chasing, particularly with size, that was like 100 contracts that chased price down. That gives me more confidence in the buy crowd. Sellers start to get a little bit overconfident down here, but I don't want to see this get I don't want to see this get too much further. They're like near my line in the sand here for wanting to potentially trade 110. Like it can get past it a little bit, but that's like right at the edge there. Like I don't want to see that go much lower. I'm going to start thinking about 65 instead. So at this point, I would want to see the NASDAQ be able to hold here and not make more new lows. And I would want to be able to see it get back to like 130, maybe up to this little like high volume node here, like 135, 140-ish, and roll back over and then hold 110, and then I might want to get long. So a few other things that have to develop first. And all that does really is keeps me from buying in the middle of a downtrend, right? Like the trade could still not work. Like it could come to 140, I get long on a pullback at 110 and it makes new lows off of that. But it just keeps me from knife catching, something that has been an issue with my own trading in the past. You probably won't really see it on stream because I've kind of moved away from, like, I need retests to be able to get in for that exact reason. But that's how I sequence out my trades. So it's fine that it got a little bit under my level. I have no issue with that. I don't always expect things to hold exactly. So now we're getting back up above it. We'd like to see 130 to 140 print to the upside, and then we'll look for a pullback. Only took like 4 hours into this stream before something interesting started to happen. I really did think that at some point, like the VIX being that elevated, like 5 or 6% is not a small move on the VIX. So kind of thought that price might eventually catch up to it. But that's a hard thesis, at least for me, that's a hard thesis to just like randomly get short somewhere, hoping that the market eventually responds to the VIX. So right now it's kind of stuck under 110. Every time it gets up to it, it's reoffering it, which that's not what I want to see. And there we go. Back above. See if they can hold it. So not getting in yet. Letting price. I need to see that there's buyers down here. And it's not just short covering. I want to see actual buying stepping in. There's a 50 lot order here at 105. Still got rejected back over 110. Filled that guy or girl. Ooh, a little bit of violence down here. Big seller at 105 and quarter. It's like almost 100 lots right there. Really prefer that this not go much lower from here. So they just bought all of that. Oh, and it reloaded as well. There was another 50 contracts at the same price, and they bought that too. Yeah, 100 contracts. So if this gets below, if this gets below 85, I'm gonna scroll down to look at 65 as my next level. Because right now 110 is acting as resistance now that we're underneath it, and there's more new lows right there. Still possible for it to be a level, but right now sellers are defending it as we tried to climb back above it. So one of you just messaged me and reminded me that it's OPEX week. So option expiration week typically makes for traditionally more volatile, sometimes bizarre price movement. So just keep that in mind. So options expiration the day of, I believe, will be Friday, which we'll be streaming then. And options expiration day is not my favorite day to trade, but we'll be here and do it with you. I just like, as a trader, if you want to make money, you don't want to trade when things are unpredictable and weird. So you can't avoid it altogether. It's my lunch alarm. Like, have to ignore the lunch alarm. We finally have something exciting happening here. Not doing a ton of volume here on the profile, just like relatively speaking. Like you actually did more volume faster here at 135 than you've done trading in this range for the last, 7 to 10 minutes. More new lows. Still going to say that I'm still interested in this 110 level for a potential long unless we get below 80. So if we get below 80, then I'm going to scroll down and look at the 65 level, which is not really an order flow level per se, but it's a higher time frame level that the market respected on Friday, which might be where it's headed at the moment. See a few new people popping in. Welcome. If you're just joining, you missed all of the boring part of the morning / early afternoon trade, and now NQ is actually finally getting a bit of directionality to it. It's been almost untradeable for the first part of the day. So waiting for price to get back above 110. And we want to see it get, I want to see it get all the way to like 135 or so. And then I'll look for a pullback to see if we can buy 110 on the way back down. But I won't just buy 110 on the way back up here because sellers have been defending it. Looks like this might be a good level to be attempting to short off of, but I said at the beginning of the stream that I don't want to be short if we're above the 65 level down here, so I'm going to stick to that. Not really looking at the short side at the moment. We also aren't doing a ton of volume down here. I think there's a chance that we trade back up towards the point of control, back up to like 215-ish or something like that. I probably won't hold for that entire move if I happen to get long. Probably take my 60 points. This price action has been not so nice so far. This was another seller that was reloading here at 110.25. So they put 15 or 20 out, they got filled, and they just pulled the rest. Another big order at 105.25. Seeing kind of a cluster of sellers here. Oh, there's a big seller. They just flashed 100 contracts. Didn't get filled, but they flashed it and price responded to it by going down. This 20 contract order is chasing. So that's the second time in this area that I've seen sellers starting to chase price a little bit. That makes me still more interested in the long side. When one side starts to get a little excited and starts sort of chasing price down with larger size, it usually doesn't end well for that size. Same goes for the buyers when they're chasing highs. I mean, it's impossible to know if it's institutional or retail. You know, there's no way to tell from the orders itself. I think anything above like 20 or 30 in queue is a really, really large position for a retail trader. But there's no way to actually know. So, but I think sellers should be careful here. Starting to see the aggression start to slide back in the other direction. And right now the buyers are eating up. They've like forced sellers to move lower and then they've bought whatever was on the offer from there. You're seeing the candle coloring start to change. It's just showing that buyers are starting to be the more aggressive party down here. And now you're getting back above this 110 level. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from the buyers down here. Now I just need to see if there's any initiative buyers. So like any buyers that are willing to take this back up to like 130 to 140. And then we'll try to buy a pullback. And I know some of you might be watching being like, oh, price is going to go without you. That's totally fine. That's totally fine because I don't like if we make this like long sell off and then we start to go sideways like this, then my inclination is that the first set of buyers is just people short covering, and people that are short covering don't want to cover higher, right? They want to cover close to the lows. And so if it's just people that are short covering and we just hang out here for a minute, then I don't want to be a part of that from the long side because it's just going to be temporary support before we go lower, rather than buyers that are very interested in price and trying to trade and buy a dip here and are willing to like push price up. So I need active participants, not just passive ones. So another big order there at 111 and a half. You're seeing a buyer here at 105. There you go. They got filled. Sellers still going to try to make new lows here. There's new lows and immediate rally back up. Nothing's changed for me yet. That was a nice response from the buyers there. Got a new low by like a handful of points and then just immediate snapback. Still some big sellers jumping in there. So still waiting. I have like the first few parts of my sequence that I want to see, which is price holding in this area around our 110-ish area. I've seen some sellers chasing. I've seen some buyers taking some pretty big offers. Now I need to see initiative buyers like we're seeing right now to see if they can get this back up to like 130 to 140-ish. And then we'll be looking to buy a pullback around 110 if it can hold on the way back down. Nice move there from the buyers. Nice hold. Let's see if they can get anything going above 110 because so far they've just gotten a little wrecked every time they've gotten above 110. And one of the upsides to trading like this, like waiting for a level to show some buying above it, is you don't end up catching knives, right? Like it won't prevent me from being stopped, but at least I'm not catching a knife on the way down. But one of the downsides to trading this way is that, they could push this back above 110 right now and then just leave me in the dust and just like go all the way to where my target was. So to me, I forfeit the knife catching for trying to get a better entry and being patient. And if it happens to leave me in the dust every once in a while, then so be it. So I want to see like 135 trade. If 135 trades and then we start to pull back, then I'm interested in taking a position. That doesn't mean that I'm just going to put an order in, but I will see what price does when we get back to 110. So 135 is my trigger to start looking for trades around 110. Gonna see if they can trade this little tiny high volume node that they built on the way down. It's like 134-ish, like 7 points away. I just want to see a little bit more oomph from the buy crowd. Then I'll be interested in buying a pullback potentially. This is also kind of the first, I guess like it's the second bounce from this pullback. So you got a bounce here, and we sold off, sold off, sold off, sold off, and now bouncing again. So a lot of times the first bounce kind of gets faded, which it did in this case as well. But hopefully if I get long, they don't fade this one too. So far, not quite enough of a bounce for me to get long. So if it trades 110 again, I'm just going to leave it alone. So didn't trade high enough, but trading back to this 110 area. Let's see if they can hold it again. If we'd gone just a little bit higher, I would be looking to get long right now, but there's a big seller chasing again. Like 100 contracts chasing down 1.5 points. Seeing price slow down quite a bit as we come into 110, which is what you do want to see. Hey Nick, welcome to the stream. Yeah, same. I like what for a long trade, I like what I'm seeing here. I wish that they had popped it a little bit higher. So I'm still kind of using this like 130-ish area, which is what I wanted them to trade on that first pop, and they didn't do it, which that's why I'm still not in position yet. I think if I had to guess, I think this might be a trade that I might miss because I think that if they push this back up to 130, I'm not sure if I want to buy 110 on the way back down. So I'm just going to see how this trades here a little bit. If we get like a quick flush down to 100 and then immediately bid 110 again, I might take a stab. It just like if we don't go far enough, it makes me think that it's just aggressive short covering and it's not really organic buying, and short covering will have a like a sort of a finite amount of time on it. So if I don't have organic buying starting to step in, but I've seen some large sellers chasing down in here. We've seen some buyers take those orders. This 110 area held to the upside when they tried to get back up above it multiple times. And now you've got a big move, like a big 500 volt candle back above it, now trading like right at it. But I just wish that I had seen a little bit more excitement from the buyers on that push up. I think one of the hardest things to learn if you're new is like learning to be okay with getting left behind. Like if things just like don't set up in the way that you want, there's going to be so many trades that you miss. And, you can't miss them all the time, obviously, but like it's okay to miss them from time to time. Patience, patience, patience. So still kind of looking for the same thing here. I'd like to see 130s trade and then a pullback to 110. The longer they hold above 110 though, the better I like this for the buyers. I'm just not in position just quite yet because we're just kind of chopping around this price. A nice 88's a really good entry. Well done. I wasn't going to buy down there because I thought if they got it that low that the 65 level would start to come in play. So it's tricky when you have two areas that you kind of want to buy that are kind of close to each other, at least it is for me. So like I'm interested in this 110 area, which is absorption that we saw from Friday's session. And then the 65 level is the higher time frame level that the NASDAQ broke out from on Thursday of last week. Yeah, I don't want to see, this is not what I want to see for getting long, is seeing sellers start to stack at that level. You're seeing price pull back away from there. So hands off the wheel for me for a minute. Sellers got a lot to sell down here. You can see them stacked on my depth of market. There's a 33, move my mouse. There's like a 30, 37 that they just filled. There's a 10, there's a 14, there's a 30 at the 110 level that I was looking at. Really, I would want the opposite of this. I would want to see buyers stacking underneath my level, not sellers stacking underneath it. I'm gonna give this another like 10 minutes. I've had a couple of cutoffs. I was like, oh, if we don't make a new low by this time, then I'm gonna end the stream around there. And then we got down to this level, and now we're just chopping around this level. So I'm gonna time stop because it gets a little late in the session. I don't tend to trade afternoons very well, and we're like definitely in the afternoon, getting like past lunchtime for East Coast. The one upside to for the buyers right now is that we've kind of slowed down in terms of trading here, so kind of just hanging out. It would be good to see some initiation from them. So yeah, it's 1 o'clock, or just about to be 1 o'clock Central Time here. So I'm giving this to 110. Haha, no pun intended. 110 time as well as 110 is the level that I'm looking at. It's unintentional. I'm giving it 10 minutes for this to try to get its self back up to like 130 and then retrade 110. So, but still seeing these large sellers show up, which is not helping my position. Oh, but seller chasing helps me. So that 54 moved down by like almost 10 points. Not always, but a lot of times that gets punished. So let's see if they ran away. And looks like that person just dumped that 50 contracts into the bid. It's just mean. Come on, buyers. Nick, we are not streaming tomorrow morning. We stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8:30 until the price action is too bad and I can't stand looking at it any longer. So typically it's usually at like 8:30 to like 11:30 Central Time, noon-ish Central Time. Um, Today's was a bit longer because the first part was really boring, and then we finally started to move right around the time that I was going to cut off stream, so stuck around a little bit longer, but looks like we just want to chop here. But yeah, come and join us again on Wednesday. We'll be here Wednesday and Friday. There's also a link to our Discord, which is free to join down there. So if you want to come hang out, ask questions, that's also in the just link in the description as well. Saw a little bit of speed up there. Didn't really go anywhere, but saw a quick pop and drop there. Just trying to work its way to new lows again. Yeah, we'd love to see you again on Wednesday. Come hang out. We love having new folks here. We're very order flow centric, so if that's new to you as well, then lots to be learned by hanging out here. This is taking too long for me to take a position here. Looks like it might make new lows as well. I'm going to be here for like another 5-ish minutes or so. So if any of you have any questions, it can be order flow specific, trading specific, whatever you want to ask, feel free to ask, and I will try to answer any questions here towards the end of the stream. This is just far too choppy, and it really just used this level that I was hoping it would use for support as like a rotation area. So I think 65 might be in the cards here. So I'll scroll my depth of market down here, but it's just really choppy and it's slow, and the price action has been kind of weird so far today, and it's getting too late for me to be putting risk on in this session. So I'm here, I'm watching it, hanging out for a few more minutes. So if you've got questions, now's your time. Buyers quickly getting that back up off the low. And sellers really just like if you zoom out on the profile, like even if I compress the profile, you really aren't doing a ton of volume down here, right? You see how much volume has been done in this center area up here. And then you see they've built out a little bit of volume down here, but it's maybe like a third of the volume. So you have a little taper starting here. I'll probably still have this up on my monitor, but may end up taking a trade when I'm not on stream. It'll probably wait until I close this out and then be like, now I'm going to do exciting things. Like 15-ish points away from this level. Been streaming for 4 hours and 52 minutes. Maybe I'll just go the 8 minutes so I can just appease my OCD and have an even 5-hour number. And to be clear, like if this had got into the 130s, we got to like 126, but if we had gotten to the 130s and pulled back, I probably would have tried to buy this because it held long enough there. And I probably would have taken a stop. So just by having a couple of extra things I was looking for in terms of like looking for buyers to not only push price up off the lows, but also push it up enough that I think that there's organic buying rather than just short covering going on. Um, that saved me a stop out there. Could have also left me in the dust, so either, but I'm going to take the win, which was not an actual trading win, but me not taking an unnecessary loss is also a win. Sellers better pick up the pace here. Trading slow near the low of session is usually not a good thing for that side. Same for the highs. You want to see price accelerating into new lows if you're short. You don't want to see it just getting down here and kind of poking around, trading slow. Like if you're somebody and you're short and you're going into a low and price breaks to like a new low and then it doesn't go very far and it just starts to go sideways and starts to slow down, that is a that is a very acute warning sign that price might be coming back against you. Tricky session, really. Pretty slow, not too volatile, and now we've like broke into new lows, trading pretty far below the opening range low, relatively speaking. So Nick, I know you said you're new. If you're still watching, if you're having a rough time in this type of environment, that is uh very understandable. It's not you, it's the price action. It's like it's going to try to get back to this 110 level. Let's see what it does if it bids there. It's too late in the session for me to take a position. I just want to see how it trades there. And honestly, just like didn't hold this level as cleanly as I might have liked. If they get it back above it, if they get up to 130, 140-ish and come back and hold it, then great. But would have liked them to hold it a little more cleanly on the way down. All right, everyone. Let me do my wrap up things here. So thank you for joining. We didn't take any trades today, just nothing set up. We traded kind of in slow motion for the whole first part of the session. Didn't even start to interact with the level that I was interested in until 12:30, but we appreciate you hanging out. Hope you guys were able to trade and or if not trade, be able to gather some useful information from the stream. We trade Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8:30 Central Time until around 11 to 11:30. We're a little later today, but 11 to 11:30 Central Time. We'll have a new episode of Rewind the Tape. It's our series where we look at a trade that I take during the live stream and break it down into greater details so that you guys can have a chance to see sort of inside my brain what my observations are of the depth of market and get a little bit more information on order flow. The first of those episodes is already live. The second one will be live later today. So if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button on your way out the door here. It helps the channel. So y'all enjoy the rest of your Monday, trade safe, and we'll see you again on Wednesday morning. Cheers.